Ah, finally, a break from the warmth. It's been like non-stop sunny days over here in Seattle, which is good. But every time I go outside, I got to put on sunscreen, and you know how sunscreen's a little can be a little greasy. You know, even the good stuff. I'm not a big. I'll put on the sunscreen. You know, I'm not opposed to putting on the sunscreen principally. It's just, you know, doing it day out, day in, over and over again is a little much. A little much. I know you think debates are a waste of time, but do you have any advice for convincing slash debating for slash justifying socialism? That's a really, that's a very broad topic. That's a very broad. I know you think debates are a waste of time, but how do you convince people to upend their entire chosen economic and social paradigm? I mean, it's you listen. Convincing people works the same no matter what you're convincing them of, okay? You find out what their core emotional biases are in the issue. Why do they respond the way they do? And then, once you've identified that, you have to acknowledge them and then work around those. Most people don't really have like concrete, consistent positions. They just have like a general, vague sort of set of biases. You need to find out what it is. It's like how almost all fascist political beliefs stem from psychosocial or sorry, psychosexual hangups, you know? Have you seen Joseph Anderson mention you in stream? No, but I've been a fan of Joseph Anderson for years and years. I was actually watching Joseph Anderson play Pathologic 2 earlier, so I mean, I mentioned him, you know. Happy birthday, Nuts! 28, pushing 30. Unk! Oh, Unk status! Hey, does everyone want to make fun of me? You guys really shouldn't be giving me money if you see how I use it. Okay, so a while ago, I got this t-shirt. Really fond of it. It's dyed with iron-rich mud from a river in Japan. Do I know the river? No. Am I going to pretend that I care about the river being in Japan? Yes. Um, you know, really nice. It's very heavy. It was really stiff out the gate. Okay. Yesterday, I ran out to Blue Owl because they got a drop of some mud-dyed Aloha shirts. And my dumbass did the exact same thing for this shirt, the new one, as I did for the t-shirt, which is immediately get an oil stain on it and then have to apply a stain remover. Now, eventually, the whole shirt is going to have different patches of color on it because the mud dye fades away. But this did happen a little bit sooner than I expected it to. I'm actually I'm actually thinking I might like get a stain remover on a brush and then like add a little bit of intentionality to it. You know what I mean? Like I might get it on a brush and I might like add it to the edge of the pocket and maybe the placket right here. How much that shirt cost? I genuinely don't want to talk about it, okay? I like experimental dyes. I'm a big texture chud. I'm a big texture chud. I like good weaves. I like good dyes. For instance, you know what I find cool about this? This is weighed down with an incredibly heavy mud dye, but in spite of that, it's just barely. But here, I'm holding it the wrong angle. You can see through it. See the light through it? So despite the weight of the fabric, it has this like really rough feel to it. It's almost like a mild herringbone once you're looking at it up close. I mean, the slub on the yarn is really cool. So yeah, over time this whole thing's going to be like a faded mess, you know, because of the way the mud dye fades. But for now it's just a blotch. Is it a cotton linen mix? I'm not telling you that because if you do, you'll find out how much this cost. So it's a ranch shirt? No, a ranch shirt is a kind of Western shirt, and not really my style. Ranch shirts are a little bit too Texas cowboy to me, personally. Not really my thing. 103% polyester? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You got a linen tank top. Damn. Damn. Linen tank top. That's some texture right there. Go. Oilcloth jacket. I don't know if I know what that is. Focus up, people. We got some shit to talk about. First of all, really, really sad. A sad day. Kind of expected, if I'm going to be real with you, because he's been known to be a little bit of a tech chud, if you don't mind my parlance. But Hank Green has been caught. He's been caught using AI. I'll tell you the timeline on this. Someone posted a clip from a Hank Green video where it, and listen, I don't know if this is actually what happened. I'm just telling you the inciting incident. There was a Hank Green video where he was reading from a script, and the script appeared to contain an artifact from a ChatGPT prompt contained within the script. Like he said, he was in the middle of a diatribe and he said something like nice, but try to be more confrontational or something like that. I don't remember the details. It's not important because he denied it, but then said in response to it, he said, he put out a post. Here we go. I produced this under a ton of pressure, so I went and checked my process from start to finish. I did use ChatGPT for research in the script, and watching it, I definitely get an AI feel, so I think it's fair to say I was relying too much on generated notes. So essentially, he's saying the specific accusation is incorrect, but generally, I am using AI, like, to make these scripts, you know? And he got dogged for it, folks. I mean, people are really upset. That's the thing I've been doing, and it's a bad habit at a time I've overcommitted myself. But I went to the notes and script for this, and the other contained the I appreciate the pushback line to that particular moment, which is an ad-lib. Yeah, whatever the case may be. Wait, he just reads everything on the screen like an anchorman? Are you aware how writing a script works? He posted a long statement about it on Reddit. Oh, let me take a look. Let me take a look. You're right, that is a long statement. 3 things to start. 1, I'm mortified that I've let so many people down, and I think I understand how that happened too. So to be clear, by the way, like, I think I speak for everyone watching this when I say we like Hank Green. However, I think this speaks to the insidious nature of AI, which is that by masquerading as an efficiency tool. See, because the premise here is that by using AI for the grunt work, compiling sources, research, script writing, you free up more time for the creative thinking. The problem is that those 3 things, script writing, source finding, research, are not actually grunt work. They're also part of the creative process. So leaving aside the fact that AI hallucinates and makes stuff up, and it does, right? Even if AI didn't do that, and that's a big if, even if it didn't, you're still deferring creative decision-making to the AI. I think that, and he talks about this here, I'm going to read it. He talks about this here. It's designed, and we all know this, it's designed to coddle your ego. You know what I mean? Look, if I spent some time with an AI agent, and by the way, I've never actually used AI. I mean that. I'm not trying to give myself a little golden boy sticker, you know, gold star, Luddite, whatever. I've never, my assumption is that if I spent time developing an AI companion, by which I mean I spent time telling it how I wanted it to talk to me and all that bullshit, I could probably have a pretty good back and forth with it. Not in terms of like therapy or whatever, but in terms of like chat related. Like when I say to chat, give me an article and you retards are tripping over each other, you're giving me the article I'm looking at on screen or whatever. I feel like ChatGPT could pull that shit up for me pretty quick. You know, pretty quick, I think. Compiling sources, getting info. If I ask ChatGPT, hey, could you find me this blah blah? The problem, of course, is that so again, we're assuming in this hypothetical that AI doesn't hallucinate. The problem is that you're creating an echo chamber that's designed to coddle you and eventually erode your cognitive faculties. I think that Hank Green is particularly vulnerable to this. I saw a tweet on this, and I think it's a good point. Hank Green is he's one of those smart about everything YouTubers. I'm borrowing the tweet here. I'm borrowing the parlance. Smart at everything YouTubers. Nobody's smart at everything. If you're going to be smart at everything, it means you're getting help. And if the help you're getting is from LLM, you're creating you lose the ability to engage in the kind of editorial oversight that you might need to give it a bit of a personal taste after you've been using ChatGPT or whatever, because you're not an expert on every subject. You know what I mean? I feel like we're returning to base principles on this one, but I think that morally and socially, it's actually really important to be wrong about things. The pursuit of absolute truth is a good thing. It's genuine. It's good. It's laudable, But ChatGPT and other text bots represent the kind of like Faustian bargain. It feels like you're pursuing truth, but what you're really pursuing is the appearance of truth. You're pursuing the image of truth. You're pursuing the aesthetic. Sorry, the aesthetic of truth. You're going after. It feels like you're carving away at reality and getting down to the distilled core. But what you're really building is a feedback machine that makes you feel like the smartest boy in the room. And inevitably, it doesn't matter how smart you are or how creative you are, it will erode at you. In the same way, you know what's a great example of this? It's the exact same way that yes men erode dictators. Donald Trump's always been, really stubborn, but I swear to God, he's not always been this stupid. Being surrounded by, like, non-stop yes-anding for the past decade has genuinely cooked his brain. Elon, too. I bet you that if you went back in time 20 years, Elon Musk would not be anywhere near as stupid as he is now. It genuinely, like, cognitive, it's like getting kicked in the head over and over and over again. No one challenges you. Everyone just, yep. Same thing happens to every king, every dictator. ChatGPT is like a yes and machine. Glazes you. So glad that hasn't happened to you. You're so right. Thank you, Chat. So wise of you to point that out, Vosh. Anyway, from Hank Green. I'm going to change things about how I make stuff. Complexly's AI policy is public, well considered, and adhered to by the whole team. I think it's worth reading. The thing that the thing that everything we do is based on is that what I'm saying are my thoughts coming from my brain and the way I decide. I've made that harder, and I'm sorry. I've been relying too heavily on AI as a research aid. It can be very useful for this task, giving me access to a lot of papers I didn't know existed really fast, but I think that's been to the detriment of my work because it's not given me the freedom to find all my own ways into and around a topic. This is true. So again, you know what this reminds me a little bit of? It reminds me of how people misunderstand the point of a critic. People get mad at me for my media takes. People get mad at critics for being contrarian or whatever. The point of a critic is not to be right when they're critiquing a piece of media. The point is not for them to be correct. Them being correct is meaningless. What matters is that you're getting insight into a person's feelings, and they have the communicative abilities and the skill set to engage with the work and give you an insightful perspective. What really matters from a critic is not being correct, because what does it mean to be correct? Oh, you gave this game this rating and that game that rating. What does that mean to be correct? What's the correct rating? What really matters is consistency and authenticity. To understand their biases, you can disagree with their criticisms. You can do that all you want, That's fine. But you want it to be their perspective, because that's where the value comes from. Likewise, I think that, people... Look, I'm not saying that Hank Green's channel is for idiots. It's not. I'm just saying that, if you're interested in the pursuit of absolute truth, if you're interested in really getting down to know a topic, you're probably not getting that information from a YouTube video essay. Hank Green's videos are good for a starter on a topic. So why does he need to get so in the weeds? I think it would be better if he relied on the knowledge that he already has, the work that he can actually do, to preserve the authenticity of his curiosity and his opinion. To put it, from my perspective, I don't watch other creators as much as a lot of you watch me, just kind of how it works mathematically. I don't got a lot of time, unfortunately, as much as I used to. But I know that, or I should say, If I'm enthusiastic about something, if I'm saying like, oh, I really like this, I really care about it, you know that's straight from here. If I have opinion on a piece of media or whatever, you know it's straight from here. Even when I'm sourcing an opinion from something else, like I'll say, I saw this take on Twitter. I tend to say it. I feel like you guys would lose a lot of respect for the perceived authenticity of my opinions if it turned out that a lot of the time I was just regurgitating like a common opinion that I had distilled and fed into me. Like, oh, it's not really my opinion then. I'm just telling you what the feeling is. It's a little bit like, the James Somerton bit, YouTube and plagiarism. Obviously AI is just like a larger plagiarism machine, but the problem with Somerton's videos wasn't just the plagiarism. They were bad in their own, like on their own, because they were being produced by a person who didn't have the knowledge to engage in any like editorial authority over the content of the videos. It went beyond just plagiarism. Even if nothing was plagiarized, James Somerton just didn't fucking know what he was talking about. So even if he was finding correct sources of information to pull it from, he doesn't have the skill set to tie it together. He can't put it together in a little bow. The most he could present is a series of disconnected facts. Obviously, he often told untruths as well, but I think the lying's not even the real issue there. It's one of the issues. The real issue is just he had no business talking about a lot of stuff. Just didn't have the knowledge to talk about it. There's no shame in that. Hank Green should stick to stuff that he knows about. Anyway, it can be very useful for this task. But for clarity, the origin of claims in my videos are not ChatGPT said this. I've been using AI to locate papers and other resources for learning about topics. You are still getting my takes based on what I read, know, and learn. I think what people have said in this thread about me deluding myself is spot on. Ultimately, what I'm most scared of is ruining myself for people, but I have not been managing my impulses well. You need to know that my words are mine. I don't think this hasn't been true, but I've been moving so fast that my own process isn't actually clear to me, and I want to have it be a guarantee moving forward. It sounds to me like Hank Green is struggling with having editorial authority over his own content creation process, which to me is quite scary. Speaking as a YouTuber, you got to slow down a little bit. I'm not a pure AI hater, boo, which people in the AI industry know. So when I say that the way these models were trained deeply disturbs me, that lands differently. When I say that I think the speed at which these companies are trying to consolidate economic power should freak everyone out. All right, talking about broader AI stuff, da-di-da, virtue signaling, yeah. But mostly I need to come to terms with the facts, the level of dopamine I've been getting from interacting with LLMs. This is what I'm talking about right here. With doing more and more and more and more is not healthy for me or good for the world. It's careless and it's disconnecting me from where people are in this. This is what I'm talking about with like an echo chamber, like the yes men around you. You should not be getting dopamine from interacting with LLMs. That's very dangerous. They're designed that way. They're designed to coddle you and to appeal to you, to make them fun to use. Like, you should get no more if you're merely using ChatGPT to curate sources, why would using ChatGPT give you any more dopamine than merely curating the sources yourself? Like, what's the extra step there that's rewarding the dopamine pathways in your brain if all you're using it for is curating sources? No, there's flattery going on there. There's puffery, It's the feeling that you're a wizard. You feel like Tony Stark in Iron Man, He's like, he's doing Sherlock shit. He's like moving around the digital keyboard, assembling everything. You and ChatGPT versus the world, man. You're curating all the information, but you're just a guy. You might as well be Google searching. Hank Green's definitely getting summaries of the source too. No, for sure. I have a feeling that, do you mind if I engage in a bit of speculation? So Hank Green's conceit here is that the accusation that he was using AI for the script is inaccurate, but then he does this whole like confession of how he's over-relied on AI. I think he might be lying a little bit. See, this is like a common guilty thing. If you're caught doing something bad, you deny the bad thing, but then to assuage your guilt and redirect the attention, you admit that you've done something similar but less severe. Like no, I'm not letting ChatGPT write the scripts, but I've been using it to a worrying extent for curating the sources. Really? Just curating the sources? But then you read those. So you're so busy that you're using ChatGPT to find sources, but then you're reading the papers on your own? Like, that's where you're saving time. finding the papers, but then you read these 90 plus page academic papers yourself. You're not saving any time there with using ChatGPT to, summarize the information. I don't believe you. Listen, I like Hank Green. I'm not going after him. I'm not trying to you know, I'm not trying to be hateful or anything, but I don't buy it. I think that he's probably using it more than he's willing to admit here. The dopamine thing is just scary. Just scary, Anyway, he said he's going to roll back uploads to his channels for a bit while he figures out his process, which, fine, slow it down a little bit. It's good for society that using AI is a shameful act. It is, absolutely it is. 100%. Doesn't bother me. He doesn't produce moronic content. You've got a limit in mind, which proves to me that Hank Green is not the be-all, end-all for higher thinking. If you can appreciate his content but still have such a stupid thought, for one, you don't know the quality of Hank Green's content. You are also not. You don't have the edit. You don't have the knowledge to check the stuff that he says. He could just say straight bullshit and you'd believe it. He presents himself as being authentic, but you don't know how many hallucinations make their way through. Now, I don't think that Hank Green's just straight lying to you. What I mean is that what you're essentially saying is, I don't mind the presence of the hallucination machine that corrodes your thoughts because my thoughts feel like they're fine when I consume this. You know what I mean? My kid behaves all right when I've got them strapped to the iPad or whatever. I've got them, their eyes are glued open, Clockwork Orange shit. You have to be more critical. More critical. Taylor Lorenz, what is this? What is this? Taylor Lorenz, who said that? Got mad at Hank Green for saying the dopamine thing about AI. Listen, Taylor Lorenz is a little bit crazy about tech stuff to the extent that I feel like it compromises her position even on the good stuff. Didn't she side with Elon against that oh fuck. We're not related right now. We're talking about Hank Green. Yeah, she's defending the Grok child, the Grok nudity, whatever. How do you avoid this without being hypercritical to the point of being overly vigilant all the time? I'm not sure what you mean. What you mean, avoid using AI? You just don't use AI. Do you mean in terms of who you watch or whatever? I think that how do I put this? I feel like you should try to purge Silicon Valley peptide optimization brain from your thoughts a little bit. I feel like so many bad things are sold to us on the assumption that it's more efficient, Every single physical product and appliance has been made infinitely worse because it's slightly faster to produce and replaceable. Oh, why are we giving 2-year-olds iPads in daycare? Oh, it's efficient. They can learn faster. Duolingo. You'll be listening to audiobooks in your sleep and retaining the information subconsciously. What you have to realize is that historically, the most learned people are people with a broad, holistic appreciation of the world, a love of creativity and beauty, people who are capable of sitting the fuck down and engaging with original knowledge, even when it's boring. You do not pursue infotainment as though speed lining 17 video essays on physics is going to make you a physician. It's not. Or a physicist. Sorry, not a physician or a physicist. It's not going to. I feel like it's like people will watch Hank Green videos and then they'll just be retarded. It's like, oh yeah, what's my media diet? I watch Veritasium, Green, XKCD, whatever the videos, and then you ask them, hey, do you know anything about anything? And they're like, no, I don't know shit about anything. And it's like, oh, well, were you engaging meaningfully with the content in an educational context? Were you using it as a springboard for personal research? Or were you using it because you like the aesthetic of feeling intelligent while consuming entertainment? These videos are entertainment, because it's like people who only get their history knowledge from YouTube videos about the fall of the Roman Empire, or which World War II tank had the highest penetration rating with their main cannon shell or whatever. if you want to know about something, I mean really know about it, you have to get boring with it. Being boring with it is the trial. It's the rite of passage you have to move through for the right to be interesting on a topic, right? All of the world's most interesting artists spent their time practicing fundamentals: line thickness, pen weight, composition, color theory. That gives them the right to get wacky with it. And then once they're wacky with it, they're like, check this crazy shit out. Picasso. Picasso was out there doing like realist portraits before he was doing cubism. He had to get through the boring. I'm not saying realism's boring necessarily, but you know what I mean. He had to get through the standard stuff to get to the wacky stuff. You need to do the same. Hank Green's videos, XKCD videos, Veritasium, these are springboards. I've watched a 30-minute video from Veritasium and how we invented the blue LED. How much of that do you think I retained? I retained the story. Scientists at a company worked really hard making a blue LED, blah, 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 blah. How much of that did I really retain? Not that much. You know why? It's not just because of my bad memory, though I acknowledge that's part of it. It's also because if I was really interested in, what would you call it, I guess, electrical engineering, I would have watched that video and then gone, wow, what an interesting story. I'm going to read a book on this. We know how people learn. It's not through video essays. It's like how the best way to learn a language. We know how to teach a person a language. The Army does it. If the Army wants a person, a translator, to learn a language, you can get fluent in a new language 6 to 9 months. But you can spend years on Duolingo and not learn a fucking thing. We know how the brain responds to new information. I guess what I'm trying to say here is slow down a little bit, There are tons of midwits in Silicon Valley and San Francisco who every day are optimizing knowledge acquisition, talking to 57 chatbots, watching the YouTube video essays, and these people are stupid. They don't know anything. They're very stupid. Go slow, be careful, check your mistakes, take your time, and understand that you're not supposed to be an expert in everything. Your personality does not contain every tidbit of information that you unlock by watching infotainment on YouTube. You're a beautiful and unique ecosystem of information that develops in arbitrary and hyper-specific ways that, to an extent you control and to an extent are just a byproduct of environmental and genetic, influences. Does everyone understand what I'm talking about here? I feel like I'm talking about a lot of stuff, but I feel like it's very centered on the conversation here. Because I think what Hank Green did here was he leaned too hard into the production end of what I'm now describing from the consumption standpoint, which is this over-optimization of knowledge acquisition that actually dumbs you down. Yeah, you get me. Maybe. Reminds me of how the BlackRock CEO did an interview when he said they looked for applicants with humanities degrees and not MRAs because they found humanity degree holders had a much broader skill set for grasping how the world works and being easy to train on the job. I don't know anything about that, but thank you for the tidbit of information. Now I'm more knowledgeable. Nah, you get me though. You get me though. Can I read wiki articles still? I feel like reading a Wikipedia article is a great place to start. What I'm saying is that, how do I put this, okay? What I'm saying is trying to learn about a topic by engaging with its summaries and infotainment blurbs is like trying to learn a language by reading its dictionary. You're getting the content without the texture. You're getting content without context. You can learn another language, open up their dictionary and read from A to Z or whatever their equivalent, alphabetical order is. Congratulations, you know every word. How much has it taught you? You need the texture. It's not enough to be able to, complete a Duolingo course. Can you read a book in their language? Can you have a conversation? Having knowledge on a subject doesn't just mean you know the info on it. It means you have the ability to critically engage with and add your opinion to a deeper understanding of the text. This is the reason, by the way, why political and economic theory, especially from the 19th century, back when academia was real and not fake like it is today, is so textured. There's a reason Hegel is like that. And I'm not going to pretend I understand Hegel. I haven't even tried to, you know? But the reason for it is because once you've developed the brain capable of engaging with the texture of a dense, nuanced piece of work that is not in any way approachable, you gain an understanding that goes beyond a mere memorization of the subjects being discussed. Understanding Marx isn't just knowing the definition of the material dialectic or whatever. It's understanding that there is a broad tapestry, like a analytical framework through which you can view the world. Marxism isn't just a series of definitions, right? It's a whole worldview. And a worldview is too grand and all-encompassing to be described merely through definitions. Basically, what I'm saying is the focus on hyper optimization of knowledge acquisition comes at the detriment of true understanding of a subject, which is why a person as smart as Hank Green, and he's a smart guy, right, can fall victim to this. It seems like child's play from a distance, right? Wow, you got too over reliant on ChatGPT and now you're apologizing over it? Why didn't you just not do that in the first place? But we're all subject to our biases. Rationality is a process, not an attribute. Anyway. This is why it's common knowledge in academia that anyone talking about the history of a place that can't read primary sources is completely unserious. Well, I mean, to relate this back to like a subject a lot of people have been touching on lately, I genuinely think that you can learn more about the Mycenaean period from reading the Odyssey in one of its more authentic translations than you can from reading up like 70 Wikipedia articles on it. Because engaging with the text from that time period, or roughly that time period, right? Gives you so much more of it gives you a much more like, yeah, how much do you think you would learn about the Middle Ages? Let's just say 14th century YouTube. How much do you think you would learn from 14th did I just say 14th century YouTube? I was reading a chat comment. 14th century France. How much do you think you'd learn about 14th century France if you got a day to warp back there? You know what I mean? Let me put it this way. I bet you if you were given 24 hours to warp back there, walk around, let's say you're free from vagabonds and highwaymen. Let's say you don't have to worry about like food or being attacked or whatever. I bet you in 24 hours, you could fill up enough, you could obtain enough information to fill up 20 books, 50 books. I bet you the texture and the raw, direct, primary knowledge of being there would give you such an overwhelming amount of knowledge you could spend the rest of your life communicating it to people. Far more knowledge than you could get from a million Wikipedia articles. You can read pissed Egyptian texts complaining about how these fuck ass chuds were fucking up their shit. The more things change, huh? It's why even visiting ruins can be so powerful. You know, I felt like I didn't really understand the obsession with Rome until I visited the ruins of Barcelli, the Roman town that eventually grew into Barcelona. There are ruins of it built underneath like 7 layers of history there. You go down there and it's like, damn, that's crazy. You can read all the papers and watch all the movies you want or whatever, but like just seeing those ruins connects you directly to the past. Knowledge is textured, you know? Knowledge is textured. There's a reason true academics do a lot of stuff that seems to us like inefficient. You know what I mean? True academics, true experts in their field, they'll spend time reading philosophy. They'll go on holiday. They'll visit places that inspire them. They'll do weird shit like get into poetry. You know, the brain's complicated. You're not just a collection of facts up here. Anyway, life is beautiful. Even now, imagine being an American historian without understanding English. I mean, imagine the shit they're going to say about us 1,000 years from now, you know? Bet you could go forward in time and correct them a little bit. All right, that's enough on Hank Green. You want a little hope pill? You want a little hope pill? Come on, tell me you want a little hope pill. Last stream, we got a lot of positive news electorally. How positive? How about Tallarico up +3 and Greg Abbott up +1 over Hinojosa? How about that? How about the Texas gubernatorial race is in play? How about that? That's crazy. That's insane. Admittedly, this is a favorable poll, but it's from Fox News. Fox News polling is actually really good, not biased. Typically tends to line up pretty good. This is psychotic. The only time Greg Abbott's ever polled this badly in Texas was right after Jan 6. I mean, that was like the low point for the Republican Party polling-wise. Lost a lot of momentum. This is crazy. Now, do I think Greg Abbott's going to lose? I'm going to be real with you. If Greg Abbott lost in the ballots, the Texas Republican Party would just start lynching black Texans in the street. They would declare like a border lockdown, secede. Yeah, they'd secede from the union. The Texas GOP, I genuinely don't think can handle what that would mean. You know? Man. Not to mention the net faves. Hinojosa's +11, Abbott's only +1, Paxton's -6, whereas Tallarico's +6. Of course, the favorability divide also comes down in large part to the fact that there's more knowledge, more name recognition of Abbott and Paxton than there is Tallarico and Hinojosa, especially Hinojosa. But we'll see how that narrows out. Can you imagine a 2026 so brutal for the GOP that they lose the Texas gubernatorial seat? Texas governor's race? God damn, man. Can you imagine? Yeah, if they lose and throw a fit, we're going to have to send down the fucking, paratroopers. Not that we can. We don't have the president. Really good. How's she aligned? Hinojosa? She's all right. Normie, I mean, it's Democrat. She's okay. She's fine. It's a Democrat who could potentially win in Texas. Let's not go overboard here. Better than Abbott? Might be better than Abbott. Might be. Might be. Oh, man. Bit of good news. One second. Sorry, just closing that. What else is going on here? Quite a bit. No. I had too many damn tabs open. Like, I had 40 tabs on Hank Green. I don't know how I got so many. I must have just kept forgetting that I had them open. That's fine. That's fine. Here, after a bit of good news, maybe we should balance it out with a bit of bad. Maybe not bad news, just insufferable news. You know the AI bubble's getting real nasty over there? Whole bunch of really, really bad news out of them on that front. Bad news for them, good news for, like, the accelerationist types. There was an all-hands meeting / announcement at Palantir the other day. I haven't seen this, but I want to see if Alex Karp has anything interesting for us.
You're new. New film guy. There we go.
I'm getting bored already.
Okay, well, there's probably I never know where to start, but since I'll just start with the more intellectual, slightly boring.
Nah, Psychopomp, can you link it?
I don't think anyone was here for the inception of PG. But in any case, when we did PG, we were not only, still have.
Fuck, I'm actually getting bored already.
Had AIP.
Look at his stupid little chud vest, man. They look so dorky in these.
Technology, FDEs, Foundry, Maven. Foundry, it was like a very important, for most people back in top technology that was hard to sell, but crucial to business.
Yeah, pretty boring. But we can talk about an AI adjacent topic. How about that? You guys see this?
Walking up to one of the cameras.
Several damaged flock cameras in Monterey County, renewing a debate about privacy and safety. In Seaside, 2 cameras were seemingly cut down, both along Del Monte near the Home Depot parking lot.
There's more than just vandalism alone. I'm sure people have seen on the internet that this is kind of a trend. So we're looking at possible conspiracy to commit a crime beyond vandalism. And also those flock cameras are computer systems. So it's denying access to a computer system, which is a felony in California.
You hear that? Because people on the internet don't like being surveilled by our pedophile demon overlords, they're now considering charging people who take down flock cameras with conspiracy to commit a crime rather than mere vandalism. Sorry, it's listen, okay, destroying a car, destroying a building, these are mere acts of vandalism, but taking down a flock camera, that's terrorism, according to Flock's CEO at least.
On Tuesday, the Monterey County Sheriff's Office reporting the arrest of a Pismo Beach man for allegedly destroying 3 flock license plate readers.
Doesn't conspiracy require more than one person? That's why they're saying that nebulous internet chitter-chatter about the subject constitutes conspiracy. Total abuse of our legal system, but that's like kind of the point of the charge.
One of those acts of vandalisms caught on camera.
So right now my detectives are investigating, the reason why he did it. Is there any motivations? Is he connected to other crimes that may have occurred into the area?
Detectives say he cost thousands of dollars in damages. Across the country, people have been organizing against mass surveillance.
What we're seeing in the public is pushback and outcry against this mass surveillance, this warrantless mass surveillance. So some people are taking...
Did we talk about this on stream? Did you guys see that there was like a flock camera? It was found that one of the executives at the flock company accessed like 1 camera over the course of a day out of hundreds that he was looking over, and the 1 camera he was looking at was looking inside a children's gymnasium. He was looking at little girls in leotards doing gymnastics or whatever.
Action, I'm not going to
like
encourage
all day.
But what we have to be concerned about is an ongoing assault on our civil liberties.
Monterey County criminal defense attorney Chris Kane says there is a constitutional concern.
Flock cameras are more than just traffic cameras. It's actually warrantless searches and mass surveillance on everyone. It records a lot more than just a license plate. It'll record data for where a person's going, where they've been, and increasingly it's recording facial recognition.
Law enforcement continues to say...
Yeah, look at this. Sorry, I just wanted to pull it up. I don't remember if I talked about this before. Oh, it's the Yahoo News summary, AI, blah, blah. This is what happened in Dunwoody, Georgia, where flock safety workers accessed cameras in children's spaces at the Marcus Jewish Community Center as part of sales demonstrations. Despite learning about these intrusions, Dunwood City Council renewed their surveillance contract with Flock anyway. Well, there's your update. Even after using it to spy on... Well, here's the... Public records reveal specific dates when Flock employees viewed sensitive locations for commercial purposes. Details uncovered through public records requests. Flock's Randy Gluck, the last name Gluck, viewed cameras labeled Jim Mendel 1 and Main Pool Right. Vice President Bob Carter accessed the gymnastics camera during kids' classes. Nearly 3 hours of public protest couldn't sway officials committed to surveillance expansion. That's pretty cool. Genuinely the death of any hope to firm action against authoritarianism. Stuff like this has really been red-pilling me on, like, we need to just abandon or abolish local government. The fact is like, local government is often the least democratic of all. Basically, nobody pays attention to it, which means they operate with effective impunity. There's not really much of a difference between nobody pays attention and nobody controls you. There's not much of a difference there. And it seems like every city councilor can be bought for $1,000 to just do anything. Like, all these data centers are going up because there's like no oversight. There's no like corruption investigations. It's all too local and small. We're talking about systems where there's absolutely no money for oversight because we're dealing with threadbare city council member level surveillance. But at the same time, businesses have multi-billion-dollar investments in areas that are under the jurisdiction of that city council. Probably just shouldn't have city councils then, genuinely. Like, it seems like an unbelievably exploitable system, which is, of course, the project of apathy. My dad asked a city council member in a neighboring city about her flock vote. She said everyone else voted for it, so I did too. Yeah, that sounds about right. Check this out. 3 cops in my county were arrested recently for abusing the surveillance database gathered from flock cameras plus other license plate readers, more specifically for stalking their exes. I'm not going to lie, genuinely surprised they got arrested for this. Like, it seems like there's basically just no holds barred here. You know? I'm shocked they got arrested. The answer is to destroy the evil companies, not local democracy. Well, my argument is that there is no local democracy. Like, city councilors just tend to do whatever they want, basically, especially for smaller communities, and companies know that. And I don't know if there's, like, a systematic way of fixing that. Like, you can just get them to do anything you want, basically. I feel like you could probably replace them with at least like county level. At least county level. You've got city councilors for towns of like 4,000 people. At least county level. Local government power is the reason Anglo countries are so much more cooked than others in the world. That is true. That is true. English common law and its obsession with federalized, multi-tiered legalisms and property rights. It is the reason why data centers can go up in 3 seconds, but it takes like 50 years to clear the environmental reviews required to build a 5/1.
Say that the cameras are helping them fight crime.
Whenever you take away what we call an LPR system, any camera system, you're taking away a tool that our investigators are using to help solve other crimes.
Flock giving a statement to KSBW saying, in part, these are tools agencies rely on to respond quickly and help keep people safe. People have every right to make their voices heard, but criminal acts should never be part of that process.
But the problem is that, like, your voice is being heard means absolutely nothing. In essentially every public protest against surveillance, surveillance has won. I actually can't think of a time that it hasn't. Can you guys? In America, can you think of a time where there was an attempt by the corporate, the corporate government duopoly to implement surveillance measures and then public backlash pushed back on it? Patriot Act, PRISM. It seems like every single time the state wants to increase surveillance, they get their way. Whether or not it's legal, it doesn't actually matter if it's legal. You know?
Another concern is the security of the camera itself. It's unclear if the flock cameras have internal security and if their data could be breached. It could be shared with other third parties. Reporting in Salinas, Jacqueline Quinones, KSBW.
In your opinion, can surveillance actually be counted with electoralism? No, I think this is actually like a fundamental flaw with democracy. Surveillance, privacy, these are things that people don't have a solid price tag on. Or what I mean to say is the value of privacy is abstract, so people will often trade it away. It's the same reason that like the average citizen would probably trade away their right to vote for $1,000, because on an individual level, your privacy means very little. Unless you're a criminal, your privacy doesn't mean very much. Nobody factors in the greater cost, the social cost of the state and corporations having unlimited access to everyone's 3D asshole scans. Like, would you find it acceptable if people had the right to sell their enfranchisement, their right to vote? Probably not. Yeah, I saw this clip. This guy got arrested at a public comment meeting for clapping after somebody spoke out against flock cameras.
Yeah, I have a right to clap all the time, so I don't care. Come on, drag me out. Come on, drag me out. Come on, do it.
No, Jay.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, turn over. Come on, get on your feet. Get on your feet, dude.
It's not okay.
It was very clear at the beginning that each person is given their 2 minutes. And we're trying to be respectful of that. Snapping, clapping, any other rude comments or anything, we will ask you to leave. You've been finally warned. And
like, this isn't, I'm sorry, but this isn't meaningfully democracy. A bunch of paid off city councilors who you can bribe with like a couple Benjamins, you know, being like, if anyone speaks out against us, the cops will immediately drag you out. Like, this is, come on. No, it's not democracy. There's no oversight here.
we're done.
We are who matter.
Oh, this was
We
data
are
centers,
the
not
people,
flock?
and the table
Okay.
belongs to us.
Same.
Thank you.
All right, next. You ask, will you take the next person out that asked or anything, please? Thank you.
Yes. I have a right to class me with them, so. I don't care. Come on, drag me out. Come on, drag me out. Come on, come on. Please let go.
No, Jay.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, turn over. Come on. Get on
What'd he do? He clapped like 4 times.
your feet. Get on your feet, dude.
It's not okay. Not okay, guys. For clapping one time.
Main question is how long people will tolerate it. Well, again, that's my, like, I don't think the Alex Palantir vision of the future is going to work, like a technocratic surveillance dystopia panopticon deal. I don't think it's actually going to work. I don't think it's socially stable. The problem is, I think that the alternative to it is not a mass rejection of surveillance, but rather total anarchy. And I mean that in the negative context. My apologies for being chuddy with my language. I think that what we're actually looking at is not like a principled rejection of mass surveillance, but rather just total urban decay. As every once in a while, you know, it's like RoboCop shit, you know, armed militias of government and private interests will like maraud into a city, set up surveillance hubs, and then they'll get taken down by like 14-year-olds who are skipping school or whatever. Like, it's not we build something better, it's that the state continues to build something worse, and people just break it in a way that makes it impossible for it to function. There's a big difference between people resisting a like surveilling efforts and like them being overcome electorally, I suppose. Oh, come on, that's extreme? I don't really think so. It's kind of happening everywhere. Whenever the deep state, I should say, wants you to be surveilled, they get what they want. They'll buy off anyone they need to. It doesn't matter whether it's against the law. They'll get what they want. Everything, every new technology, every device around you is spying on you all the time. We know this. Whether or not it's illegal is immaterial. As people become more aware of this, I don't think it's going to like be banned for your phone to listen to you. I just think you're going to get more hashtag break your phone challenges on TikTok or whatever, you know? They're not gonna ban molesting you or whatever. It's just more molesters are gonna get strung up. It's not gonna be good. Oh, speaking of.
This might be one of the wilder trends of the year because thousands of people on TikTok and Instagram have now become obsessed with taking down AI-powered police cameras.
I know it sounds crazy, but like there is a non-zero chance that this YouTuber right here gets charged by the Justice Department for incitement to terrorism. They are trying to make it terrorism to take down flock cameras, and I guarantee you this video's tone could be construed by a bad faith prosecutor as incitement or encouragement. 100%. I guarantee you it could. Absolutely it could.
Some are climbing ladders, others are throwing cheese on solar panels, and you have entire accounts just dedicated to tracking where these cameras are currently located. So now you have a whole trend where people are documenting these cameras, mocking them, and celebrating every time one stopped working. So what exactly is Flock safety, and why has a surveillance company become the internet's newest villain?
Flock identifies itself as a public safety technology company that uses connected cameras to help communities across the country respond to and investigate safety incidents. Critics argue the company is a massive...
Nithya Raman has called for Flock to be banned in LA. That's quite nice. Why is it there in the first place? Oh, that's a lot of posting, huh? Flock is everywhere? Yeah, I know, because thousands and thousands of city councils have decided to let it in because they've been paid off. I'm sorry, like, whatever degree of cynicism you're applying to this, you should double it. Double it and pass it to the next guy. It's really bad. These decisions, you have no idea how much money and effort Flock and Palantir and so on spend just reaching out to thousands of members of local, state, and national government and molesting their brains. convincing them to go along with it. Do you have any idea? I guarantee you basically every city councilor in every major city in America has had somebody reach out to them at some point. Just an obscene level of top to bottom control, you know? Now I'm seeing change. Yes, it's very bad, but resistance is growing. Okay. But the point I'm making is that the society that we're moving towards right now is not one where we fix the problem, but rather one where the government is powerless and ineffectual and is not able to consistently maintain the panopticon. There's a difference between a free man and a prisoner in a broken prison. You understand? We're moving towards a world with urban decay, constant vandalization of government and private property, but like no systemic changes. We're moving towards a world where you get arrested if you don't pay your taxes, but a significant portion of your taxes are government rebates to Palantir and Flock for rebuilding the cameras you destroyed. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about like problems that are being destroyed with no solutions.
Flock cameras are under attack politically and physically. Flock cameras are solar-powered license plate readers mounted on poles, photographing every car that passes. The license plate, make, model, color, dents, and bumper stickers, everything you can imagine. And all of it gets uploaded to a searchable database that thousands of police departments can pull from. 80,000 of these cameras are out there nationwide, and there's...
I wonder why they needed to put a Flock camera inside a gymnasium that children were using. I like genuinely, the argument for these being mere license plate readers kind of fell apart a little while ago. I don't know how many people are driving their cars through the local municipal pool.
Evidence that local police have handed that access to federal immigration agents. Now, politically, dozens of cities have voted to cancel their Flock contracts outright, including most notably the LAPD. Physically, people are damaging Flock cameras across the country. Just north of Atlanta, someone cut 3 poles in half and left solar panels in the grass destroyed. In Virginia, an Air Force engineer took apart 13 cameras with vice grips and threw some of them off a highway overpass. He's facing 25 charges. In New Mexico, a man cut down cameras and solar panels, leaving flags reading Republic of New Mexico in their place. He's looking at 18 years on 9 felony counts. Now, many are calling this civil disobedience, but to me, it's not. Real civil disobedience means standing behind what you did publicly and accepting the consequences. Rosa Parks staying in her seat, sit-ins at segregated lunch counters, suffragettes chaining themselves to the White House fence. In all of these instances, you want to get caught.
There is an element of truth here, but the problem is that privacy is too abstract of a value. Like, you can make a stronger public statement by doing this publicly and standing by it. And you can potentially defend legally what you're doing. Like, you can stand your ground and try to make that case. The problem is that, like, you know, Rosa Parks, Jim Crow laws, the suffragettes, you can't vote. Very immediate, very direct. Whereas surveillance, like, most people's lives aren't and haven't been directly noticeably affected by the panopticon, you know?
To bring attention to the injustice. That's the whole point. But these people who are destroying cameras, they're trying to escape and not get caught. That's why they fled. But ironically, they've been getting caught by Flock cameras.
Well,
the Virginia engineer got caught by a traffic camera that spotted his truck. The New Mexico man tried offloading the stolen solar panels in his neighbor's trash cans. Both were trying to get away from it, and both were caught by the same exact network that they're damaging. Police pulled audit logs off the Flock system to identify who did this. Now, I think Flock cameras are bad. I don't like them either. But this isn't the way.
This doesn't make this video is kind of fucking retarded. So wait, is he endorsing what they're doing or not? Is he saying that he would be upset if Rosa Parks had chosen to stay in her seat but then ran? Like he would be like, well, that's not the way. I don't understand. Look, it's really, really difficult to engage with this from a liberal framework because ostensibly the panopticon it's legal. You know, it's being done in the right way in a lot of cases. It's just that, like, the right way, like, whether or not something follows the rules is pretty immaterial when it comes to, you know, the ethics of the subject. It's just not helpful. The real dystopian story on the Flock cameras is this one. I've had this one in the back pocket for a little bit. This one's real fucking freaky. A Texas cop searched license plate cameras nationwide for a woman who got an abortion. The sheriff said the woman self-administered the abortion and her family were concerned for her safety, so authorities searched through Flock cameras. Oh, I'm sure. Experts are still concerned that a cop in a state where abortion is illegal can search cameras in others where it's a human right. Real good, real good. Oh right, yeah, my bad. I forgot. It's everything with this shit. Yeah, okay, hold on. 404 media is good. I'll just let me check the inbox, click a link. It's I don't know if he can legally advocate for the destruction of flock cameras. No, but the problem is that he's doing this weird, like, liberal, white, moderate, half-hand pearl clutching where he's like, you know, I disagree with flock cameras too, but this isn't the way. Which, like, what does that mean? What are you talking about, you know? How can they look at another state's database? Because they're looking at the flock database, which is national. It's just a private company they have contracts with. No pearl clutching here. Yeah, and that's great and everything, but you all understand what I'm talking about here, about the difference between uh society breaking down because the state keeps trying to implement authoritarian measures and the people resist it, but the state never like stops doing it. There are countries like Russia's like that, Brazil is like that. There are countries where the social order has decayed to a point where there's a total disconnect between the government and the people. So the government just keeps trying to molest kids and the people keep on saying stop molesting kids, but nothing ever changes. America's like that? Well, America is getting to be like that, but interpersonal crime and vandalism just isn't that common here. But we're getting there. We'll get there. Where's that? There it is. What's the consequence of that in the long run? I don't know. Everything looks like Russia. Failed state. Their single search for the woman spread across 6,809 different flock networks with a total of 83,000 cameras. Because, of course, it's AI, right? It's not just a license plate reader. Every time you walk in front of a flock camera, it registers your face, and your face is registered to your identity. So all the cops in America can at all times know where you are as long as you've walked past a flock camera. The search got a couple of hits on her on flocks in Dallas. On the fact the sheriff's office performed a nationwide search and not just one in Texas, King said, that way we're hitting everything, every possibility. They also log your Bluetooth devices in your phone. Yeah, of course. They can. Just worth noting that my understanding is that tracking your phone via your cell signal at the very least requires a warrant, but cops can access the flock network without a warrant. That's my understanding, at least. Yeesh. They can triangulate your phone within a few feet by bouncing Wi-Fi signals to it. They don't need a warrant for that either. I don't think the average police department has the ability to do that, though. Sorry, why can cops access the flock network without a warrant? I mean, it's just an interaction between the cops and a private company, right? It's not any more a violation of your rights than the existence of the flock cameras to begin with. Flock camera dystopia. Yes, sir. It should be, though? Yeah, well, a lot of things should be. A lot of things should be. Stalking your ex or extorting people via using Flock as a job perk, I suppose. Oh, cops have been abusing their power to stalk their exes for as long as cops have existed. It's like the main thing it's literally like the main benefit of the job, is my understanding. Many such cases. If you have an ex who's a cop, you're in trouble. Never date a cop. Don't even fuck them. If they get obsessed with you, they can ruin your life. Look at our future in Brazil.
Sao Paulo, the largest city in the Americas, ultra-connected and now ultra-surveyed. Over 50,000 cameras constantly watch the 24 million inhabitants of this megacity. Every 3 minutes here, a mobile phone is stolen. The surveillance is known as Smart Sampa, the largest facial recognition system in Latin America. In theory, it's meant to protect citizens.
Fala, Ailton, beleza? Beleza, demorou.
Ailton Alves lives in Heliópolis, Sao Paulo's largest favela. Since the cameras were installed, his life has become a nightmare.
Uma das vezes que eu fui preso,
once I was arrested on this very route. I was on foot walking along quietly, and there was a police car waiting for me at the bus stop.
It was human error that linked his photo to that of his namesake, a man wanted for the murder of a police officer in another state. He's been arrested 5 times in just 7 months.
Mãe, a senhora está em casa? Tudo bem com a senhora?
Domingo de manhã.
When I saw it was the police, I thought to myself, I just have to get out.
It was by going public with his story that Ailton finally managed to have his face removed from the system. But the manhunt has traumatized his whole family.
Can you imagine the shame I felt in front of my family, my neighbors? I've lived here all my life. I know everyone.
We're just left with a sense of injustice. And what's become of him, his mental state, and all the job opportunities he's lost? Who's making amends? No one.
With a budget of over €1.5 million a month, Smart...
They won't even update a database row for you. Well, this is also kind of my point with regard to the externality that is privacy and how much people value it. This is only getting coverage because of a mistake. You know? Oh, there's an error in the system. So what? Theoretically, if you corrected all the errors, there wouldn't be an issue? No, I disagree. I think it's bad even if it worked perfectly.
Sampa nonetheless boasts of being infallible.
7 anos de fuga acabam em poucos minutos. Smart Sampa, inteligência para deixar São Paulo mais segura. Prefeitura de São Paulo.
The city council shows off how successful it's been right at the entrance to the control center with this arrest counter. Luis Antonio is in charge of 250 officers who keep an eye on the whole city 24 hours a day.
5. Pegamos. Mais um. Mais um. Cadê que ele tá? Tá com você? Tá com a gente aqui. Parabéns à equipe aí.
In the last 2 years, thefts have fallen by over 15%, 153 missing persons have been found, and even more impressively, nearly 10,000 people have been arrested, all caught in the act or on the run from the police, according to the inspector.
I'm sure. These are criminals wanted for murder, rape, or robbery. When they pass near a
murder, rape, or robbery. That's kind of a wide net we're casting here, you know, everything from murder to pickpocketing.
Camera, the AI identifies them and alerts us. We only send a patrol when the AI is 92% certain.
Cool.
We never send one if it's less than that. It's almost 100% certain.
But the system is now under heavy suspicion of racial profiling, accusations the city council denies. The case of Ailton Alves, an exception according to them.
Out of 100% of arrests, there is barely a 1% error rate.
The City Council's Transparency Report, published in 2025, states 82 people were wrongfully arrested in just 6 months. The official data...
See, the problem isn't even the wrongful arrest. The problem is the technology to begin with. The idea that the best way to correct crime and inequality is a fucking panopticon where minority report cops are deployed to your location the moment they see you stealing a loaf of bread. This is like the reason that, like, I don't know, Sweden has a very low crime rate and Brazil has a very high crime rate is not because Sweden surveilled out all the criminals. It's low crime societies are generally low crime because of high social cohesion, low inequality, and the existence of a social safety net that means people can't fall through the cracks. Inequality is the biggest predictor. But of course, you give a $50 trillion to these cops, you give them all the Minority Report tech dystopian bullshit in the world, and they're like, you can tell we're making a difference because we caught 50 million people last year. Crime and inequality? Well, crime's up. Inequality's up. But, you know, at least we're arresting a lot of them. If arrests are up, that must mean crime is up too, right? Like or I guess I should say that's inaccurate. If arrests are high, crime is high. Wouldn't it be better to just not have the crime to begin with? It's not, again, like, that's why I hate it when they focus on, like, mistaken identity, you know? Oh, the AI made a mistake. I don't care if the AI made a mistake. The AI doing what it's intended to do is the real problem.
Doesn't specify their race, but Ailton and his lawyer are convinced that racial bias exists. They've decided to take the state and the city of Sao Paulo to court for emotional distress. According to them, Smart Sampa mainly targets black men from marginalized neighborhoods.
His cousin went through the same thing.
And he's black too. That's what I'm saying. This sort of thing only happens to black people. The way the system works is purely based on appearance.
The majority of the Brazilian population is black, and yes, discrimination exists. And mainly, I'm telling you this because I experience it myself in the hood. When police enter a favela, they don't want to know anything about you. They just treat you like a criminal.
The profiling isn't even the main issue, man. Like, it's obviously a problem, but the intended outcome of this system is the worst possible outcome. Whatever. Thoughts on the police/prison abolition Twitter discourse? It's Twitter discourse. You know, it's never going to leave Twitter discourse. I'm sorry, the prison abolition people are just completely disconnected from reality. It's not, there's not even anything to engage with there. They don't even have any solutions. They just talk over you. What about police abolition? How about this? How about we stop pitching people's approval of slogans and start proposing actual policy changes? What do you mean? Rather than saying prison abolition, what exactly do you mean? Rather than saying police abolition, what do you actually mean? I bet you if people had to actually describe what they were talking about, we'd get a lot less bullshit talking past each other because people are trying to debate the semantics of slogans. Instead, why don't we talk about the changes we actually want to see? Yeah, I really do think the prison/police abolition stuff is just a game of virtue signaling for Twitter lefties. You're not actually getting any of this shit done. You don't even want this shit to get done. It always comes back to fucking vigilantism. Anyway. Goddamn freaks. Here, we gotta clear some tabs. I got way the fuck too many here. Way the fuck too many.
I think these guys have failed so publicly and so spectacularly that it has caused people to seek out alternatives.
I see challenges from the quote, progressive left, unquote, and these people are too hard-headed to know that they're not popular. People don't like them.
Suppose the car bill.
Elections. They never run against Republicans. They just run against other Democrats. And their only message is, we're going to blow everything up.
James Carville says this is all going to implode at the general election.
We'll see how it goes. It is true that if we lose these critical races in the general, it's basically the end of American progressivism, at least for the foreseeable future. If we lose these generals, the country is going to implode before we get another shot at it. Same like if Bernie Sanders had won the primary in 2016 but lost the general.
Yeah, as opposed to previous neoliberal Democratic candidacies that have been spectacular successes so far. Hillary Rodham Clinton in 2016 and Kamala Harris
remember
in
the middle
2024.
name.
There are a lot of people who are just like, this is not working. Cost of living crisis is completely out of control. Democrats haven't done anything about it. Republicans haven't done anything about it. There has to be a different alternative.
I have one simple philosophy.
The thing that really pisses me off about this debate too, or this like phony debate, this faux debate, is why is nobody talking about what the voters want? James Carville is acting as though the only agents operating here, the only people with free will, are the socialist organizers like Hassan or whatever, you know, the people making the rabble-rousing. What about what the voters want? The Democratic Party is historically unpopular with its own constituency right now, and Democratic voters are voting for Democratic socialists. So when they say, well, no one really gets how they don't understand how unpopular they are. Dog, they're winning the primaries. They're more popular than your guys. What you're really talking, like, if you want moderates to win out over progressives in the primaries, you need to do a better job making your case to the voters. People like Zohran Mamdani, they're making their case to the voters. But people like James Carville never talk to the voters. They talk over the voters at other people on his level because they don't give a fuck about the voters. They just care about their goddamn circle jerk, consultant, advisor, insider groups. They don't like, why is Carville talking as though the voters aren't the ones who are choosing the progressives over the moderates?
About politics. Winning is everything, stupid. Let's think of somebody. Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders ran for president twice. You know what he did twice? He lost.
Yeah, how many times did Hillary win?
By a lot.
Because
Also, he lost in the primaries. But right now, your guys are losing in the primaries. What are your points? I don't understand why we have to pretend to take James Carville seriously when he's been wrong about everything in his career. Just a genuinely non-stop wrong, like all the time, always. But the Democratic Party rewards failure because it means that you get to let the Republicans hold the reins. So, like, who the fuck cares?
Progressives, getting out of the primary is a far more difficult battle than winning in the general. This is our theory. The reason for that is because Republicans don't have a vision for change. Socialists do.
Stupid. I'm noticing that people are beginning to debate moderate liberals the same way we used to debate reactionaries. Moderate liberal and reactionary, but you repeat yourself. There's like a never Abdul al-Sayed moment going on right now. It's always lefties who have to unite. Yeah, we're going to see how that goes. Hey, speaking of Abdul al-Sayed and people crashing the fuck out over progressives, did you see the Haley Stevens crash out post? The Haley Stevens campaign and AIPAC behind her, because she is just an empty shell for AIPAC, is aware of the fact that she's going to lose. Like, at this point, don't get complacent, but like, she's going to lose the primary by a lot. Look at this shit, man. Hold on. So here's Abdul.
You know, when AIPAC watches this, come for me. See what happens. Come for me. Like, I know you keep coming, but like, you picked literally the least capable candidate in America, right? And then Chuck Schumer doubles down, and then AIPAC doubles down, and part of me is like, okay, look, if you think you can beat money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicare for all, come. But I'll tell you what people don't want. They don't want money in a foreign government. They want money here.
And in response to this, because, you know, trigger word mentioned, Israel mentioned. Abdul, we were both on the ballot in 2018. I was capable of winning my competitive primary and general election. You lost. You lost by over 20 points to Gretchen Whitmer, and you will lose to Mike Rogers by talking like this. Everyone in America understands you want to blame all of your problems on Jewish Americans. Zionists really need to get a new playbook, dog. I'm sorry, if advocating for Medicare for all is blaming everything on Jewish Americans, a lot of Americans are going to be like, damn, we should start pinning more shit on them, you know? It's so fucking transparent. Yeah, browbeat, never actually convince. You're anti-Semitic, you're anti-Semitic, you're anti-Semitic, you're anti-Semitic. Never an argument, always just you're anti-Semitic if you don't support us. Worth pointing out, by the way, this is genuinely disgusting behavior in the context of a primary. I never, ever, 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 ever want to hear Democrats complain about us being the divisive ones. She's literally trying to tank Abdul al-Sayed on the way out. She's not going to endorse Abdul al-Sayed. Even if she did, it would be a hollow endorsement. Very anti-Semitic, too. Oh, obviously, it's extremely anti-Semitic, but like, beyond that, I hope you all understand she's an agent of the right that is deliberately trying to tank Abdul al-Sayed versus Rogers here. Yeah, likewise here. Nessel says she won't attend Michigan Dems convention over safety concerns. This is the rot within the Democratic Party. They would rather lose, again, we've done this a million times, they would rather lose to a Republican than let a progressive Democrat win. They know they're lying here. Abdul El-Sayed has not said anything anti-Semitic. They're just bought by AIPAC. They're enemies of the state. They're traitors. Just absolutely psychotic. They did this exact thing with Corbyn. How many times do they have to pull this over and over and over and over and over and over and over again? Absolutely psychotic. And the most frustrating part is, oh, hello. The most frustrating part is that mainstream Democrats never call this out ever. I do not see any mainstream Democrats ever go, it is a little bit weird how Haley Stevens and people like her are just lying about Abdul El-Sayed. Like, Abdul El-Sayed's criticisms of Haley Stevens are based in material reality. They're factual. But it seems like Haley Stevens is just intent on bigotry, calling him a sexist and anti-Semite. This is all stuff that's going to hurt us in the general. Like, the only way primaries work is if at the end of the primary, all of the competitors come together to endorse the person who wins. I know it doesn't always work out that way, but in tight races, it has to work that way for the primary to be good. Otherwise, you end up permanently losing voters who might have otherwise supported the person who wins the primary because they first supported a candidate who shit-talked the person who ended up winning the primary, which is exactly what's happening right here. You can't complain about Bernie dead-enders not voting for Hillary in 2016 when time and time again the opposite is what happens. The equivalent of Hillary dead-enders not voting for Bernie had Bernie won the primary and went on to the general. It keeps happening. It keeps happening over and over and over again. Yeah, this is why it's so rich that James Carville is like, you know, they need to learn they're not as popular as they think they are. Abdul El-Sayed's favorability rating is 41 points over Haley Stevens. 41 points over. AIPAC is minus 48 favorability. Like, you're losing the argument with the voters. If you think the voters are leading the party in an untenable direction with regard to the candidates they're picking for the primary, that sounds like your problem, dog. Like, genuinely, you're the one losing the voters. You're losing the voters. That's on you. You're failing. Just remember that the Democratic Party, at least components inside of it, want Abdul El-Sayed to lose once he wins the primary. As far as I'm concerned, if Abdul, like stuff like this from Haley Stevens, if Abdul El-Sayed loses the general, I think that it's the moderate Democrats' fault. This is open sabotage. It's just straightforwardly lying in an effort to like, she knows she's already lost. It's just lying in an effort to hamstring him against Rogers, because Haley Stevens serves AIPAC and so does Rogers, so there's no real difference there. From her perspective, Rogers winning is her like sign of fealty to her masters. They're never going to take responsibility either. No, why would they? They hate life. They're fucking pedophile freak lunatics. Why would they? Why would they ever take responsibility? FYI, the 2008 primary keeps getting compared to this because the Hillary camp deployed some really nasty shit against Obama, and all Obama did to Hillary was some lighthearted tongue-in-cheek mockery. Crazy how it's always the same people, right? It's always the same. It's like the Epstein, AIPAC, deep state coalition within the Democratic Party that is the most consistently evil and dishonest, always, time and time and time again, like every single time consistently. Hillary tried to do it against Obama but lost. She succeeded in doing it against Bernie Sanders. Stevens here, time and time again. And all of the cronies around New York, you know, Cuomo types or whatever, people who are in the New York Democratic machine. Schumer. I do have a bit of good news, though. Just a little bit, in spite of all of this. We have won the support of a powerful ally in favor of Abdul El-Sayed. And I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know how we did it.
my own black ass out to the carpet because my silence has been a little louder than my advocacy. I've been a supporter for Abdul El Said for a long ass minute for Senate. In fact, one of the first creators to interviewing him, I'm a collaborator on that fucking video. Meaning, it's got my stamp of approval, ho. Well, why, Kenny? You know that Pecker with Piker likes him. What the fuck that got to do with me? That's his issue. I'm focused on the issues. Like, this is not no click shit. This is politics. And I'm not going to play politics with people's lives. Well, Kenny, I thought you didn't like progressives. Well, I don't like prejudice progressives. I don't like milquetoast moderates. I don't like racist ass Republicans. It's all anything that stems in anti-blackness, bitch. I don't like it. I'm
not entirely sure how we got this one either. I'm not sure. I don't know if the AIPAC money dried up. It could be like an RT situation where like AIPAC has been pulling their contracts internally within the Democratic Party now that they've realized they're like, you know, about as popular as pubic lice or whatever. Like maybe they're pulling their money now after they've tried to. They paid out a lot of people, man. Remember everyone on social media? Everyone on social media saying like she's growing on me. Some of those fucking blue check lib accounts like half-heartedly getting paid off to show support for Stevens. They're all backing off now.
politically homeless. I just so happen to be a black person who's registered as a Democrat. Y'all the lily whites who like to live by motherfucking labels, not me. Abdul is a motherfucking real one. He ain't like these other motherfucking progressives. He's not a class reductionist. He believes that you cannot deal with class unless you deal with race. He continuously shows up in black spaces. He doesn't diminish our experiences or chop it up as identity politics. In fact, he even teamed up and collaborated with one of the most productive women in Congress, Lauren Underwood. Well, Kenny, wasn't he a part of the uncommitted movement? Yes, he was. But he wasn't like the motherfucking crackheads that turned from uncommitted to abandon Harris. They originally had in good intentions, but just like every motherfucker.
I can't believe this guy's been put in a position where he has to pretend that he's okay with the uncommitted movement as long as they didn't turn into the abandoned Harris movement. That's crazy.
Movement. There are some people who decide to derail the fucking movement and do some other shit. Let's roll this shit back real quick. Originally, the uncommitted movement was to apply pressure to the president to call for a ceasefire and to end the devastation that was happening in Palestine. When Joe Biden dropped out and said he wasn't seeking re-election, it wasn't even a day late.
Total cultural victory. Yeah, I mean, you can usually tell which way the wind is blowing from which way the grifters are going, right? It's the same reason why all the podcast bros shifted over to Donald Trump in the lead up to 2024.
That Abdul was calling on Kamala Harris to be the Democratic nominee. He endorsed her immediately, even before any delegates even voted for her to be the presumptive nominee. Like I said, he ain't crazy, and his ass ain't DSA neither.
I know that capitalism works. I just know that it does not work when you have monopolies or oligopolies.
The reason why I support him is because I want to show and set a precedent for progressives to know.
Why do you not like this guy? Because he's consistently wrong. For one, he's unbelievably annoying, so that's like a big part of it. But also, he's consistently wrong on everything. He's just a centrist grifter. But in this case, I don't know. I guess and why now all the pro-Russia grifters are suddenly pro-Ukraine? Oh, that's a phenomenal example. Yeah, Tim Pool, along with some of the other people who have literally accepted Russian money to broadcast Russian propaganda, have been shifting over to being loudly pro-Ukraine. They're literally just getting paid by different people behind the scenes. AIPAC money's drying up.
That you can win without the anti-blackness. You can win without the prejudice. You can win without being a class reductionist. You can win without always having to feed into white grievance. You can win without diminishing black experiences. You can win with being inclusive. You could win without trying to defang black people from the Democratic Party. The reason why I support Abdul is because we agree on so many issues, particularly when it comes to policy. Medicare for all. I agree with that shit, but because he understands the issue of class and race, he understands that even passing Medicare for all will not deal with the root causes on why black women are more likely to die than their white counterparts. Because of his connections and collaborations with black women like Lauren Underwood, the woman who actually wrote the Mommunist bill. Because he's not a class reductionist, because he understands that racism is the root causes on why all these things are happening. So if I didn't say it before, let me say it full-throated. I endorse Abdul El Said for Senate.
Yippee. Is Al Sayed just so smooth he riz this guy? Well, Al Sayed's also pretty hot, so like maybe like I don't know. Okay, I'm stereotyping a bit here. I'm going to assume this guy's gay. I genuinely don't know. But I feel like this is a pretty solid shot across the brow. I mean, I feel like I'm rolling favorably here, you know? Maybe he just thinks he's hot. Al Sayed's pretty jacked. I mean, you know, he's pretty beefy. At 20 perception check. Thank you. My gaydar is working, you know, in top form today. Top form today. Does that mean Tallarico isn't hot? Look, different people are into different things, okay? It's fine. We don't need to judge. It's all right. Stevens crashes out as pulling skews against her. If I recall correctly, Russian oil exports dying means foreign currency reserves are dwindling. Not enough money to pay USD to right-wing influencers. No, genuinely, yeah. It's usually with these people, like, you know, when their perspectives change, it literally just means the money's drying up. Nasty, nasty business. Hold on one second. I know that America is an island floating on a sea of migrants, but we do occasionally have to pay attention to the rest of the world. I would really, really, really like to know what the fuck is going on in Spain right now. Apparently there was like a massive migrant crisis going on down there, some big hubbubaloo. I want to learn about the hubbubaloo. Spain migrant. There was like a big crowd crush. Really nasty shit from Morocco.
Well, thousands of migrants hoping to get to Europe have overwhelmed the border between Morocco and Spanish territories in North Africa in just the past 2 days. Officials say at least 18 people died trying to make the crossing. CBS News International reporter Aidan Stretch has more.
Good morning. Spain's government has deployed its army as migrants have overwhelmed its border with Morocco in northern Africa. Over the last 48 hours, thousands of people, most of them Moroccans, have made the dangerous swim around seawalls and climbed fences separating Morocco from the Spanish territories of Ceuta and Melilla. The two enclaves sit on Morocco's northern coast, but are Spanish territory, making them the European Union's only land borders with Africa. Local officials have blamed the surge on a recent Spanish Supreme Court ruling, which makes it harder to turn away migrants arriving from Morocco by sea. Crossing the border does not mean free movement across Europe. To get across the channel to where we are now in mainland Spain, migrants would have to pass additional...
Is it so hard to get from Morocco to Spain they have to swarm the border? Well, yeah, they're migrants. They can't just walk over. Yeah, it seems like every once in a while Morocco expresses dissatisfaction to Spain over something or another, and then they open up the gates and let a bunch of like migrants through. Really nasty business. Killed dozens of people. Morocco's pissed at Spain for getting close to Algeria. Okay, fucking...
border controls. Still, the crossings have drawn scrutiny from conservative leaders across Europe, including Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, who said she is prepared to take extraordinary measures to defend Italy's borders and its citizens. This is not the first time that Spain has faced a crisis like this. In 2021, Morocco...
Have we considered bombing Morocco? New York Times has spoken with several Moroccan nationals who say they were encouraged to cross into Ceuta by the Moroccan authorities. Jesus Christ. This is literally like an attack then. It's like an actual attack on Spain by Morocco. We have to do a coup. Where's the CIA? Does Spain have a CIA? We've spoken to several Moroccans who say they were encouraged to cross into Ceuta by the Moroccan authorities. Yosef Eloy, 26, said that it's great. You realize this is like a Bay of Pigs thing. Not even Bay of Pigs. They're literally like weaponizing migrants. These are desperate, desperate people. And the Moroccan government is like, we're mad that we're not getting to do enough evil. We're going to toss 60,000 people at you. Who cares how many of them die? We're making a point. Spain does have an army. Yeah, but keep in mind, the migrants aren't the enemy here. They're the victims. Morocco's the problem here. The U.S. and Israel are friendly with Morocco? Yeah. Opinion. Is Spain being punished? In the months leading up to the crisis in Ceuta, pro-Israel voices conspicuously raised the issue of the enclave. Well, they are the source of, or at least one of the root, you know, producers of the world's evil right now. Joining us. 57 migrants died while trying to cross the border. Jesus Christ. You know, afterwards, all these guys left peacefully, all the migrants. Some 60,000 people, and the Spanish authorities were like, all right, go on now, get. And they all left. They weren't a threat. Morocco's committing genocide in the Western Sahara, which they illegally invaded. Sounds to me like we need to invade Morocco.
Authorities relaxed border enforcement following a diplomatic dispute with Spain, allowing 6,000 migrants to cross into Ceuta in a single day.
Now, Spain is trying to defuse the migrant crisis in its tiny territory in North Africa. The Spanish government says an estimated 50,000 people crossed over from Morocco to Ceuta in a single day. Local officials say at least 34 people died, most by drowning, as crowds came across by land and sea on Thursday. Just take a look at these extraordinary images. I mean, Ceuta now juts out into the sea from Morocco and has long been a target for migrants trying to reach Europe. Here's a look. We saw a look of the chaotic scenes there. It's unclear.
Why does Spain even have African territories? Just let them have the specks of land. It's complicated. Morocco is the gateway into the... Morocco is basically like the Turkey of North Africa in the sense that they're the gateway into Europe. For millions and millions of people in Africa who are subject to ethnic displacement, genocide, terrorism, Boko Haram, Islamic militias, inequality of any kind, starvation, whatever. They want to go up to Europe. Who wouldn't want to go up to Europe, right? So Morocco weaponizes the fact that they're a crossing into Europe. This is the main reason why they're an ally of ours, you know? It's the same reason we need Turkey. It's a strategic position. Spain holds Ceuta. I don't know much about Melilla over there, but Spain holds Ceuta because it's kind of like a crossing point, essentially. Morocco was not the victim here. The people of Morocco are, but the government of Morocco is very evil. Morocco is a deep tie to Israel. I'm not going to do research on that. I'm going to believe it because it feels true. If something's bad and you tell me it's Israeli, I'll agree with you.
We saw a look of the chaotic scenes there. It's unclear what caused the sudden rush. Spain's prime minister suggesting it was...
Well, apparently we have reports that the Moroccan government just straight up encouraged these people to flood over.
It's fueled by a recent Spanish Supreme Court ruling on migrants arriving by sea. The surge is already deepening divisions.
Hold on, context. The U.S. and Israel are pissed at Spain because they won't help in the Iran war, so they're basically pushing to stress Spain out. Do you think that's an angle here? Like Israel, America, and Morocco are colluding to put pressure on the Spanish government to punish them for not being pro-Zionist? They literally unloaded them from trucks. This might be from the Syrian civil war. Who knows? Do you think the military would have been justified in firing here? Nope. The only people that died were migrants that drowned or died in the crowd crush. These are innocent people. The migrants are just total victims, just desperate people being weaponized by the Israeli Moroccan governments in an effort to put pressure on Spain. Really grim. How are good countries like Spain supposed to stand up to this, you know? You stand by your principles, you do the right thing, and a deep state op inflames hyper-nationalist tensions in your country. You know, this incident on its own probably pushed the nation of Spain like 5 points to the right. Our far right has already capitalized on it. Yeah. The whole European far right is screaming about this because, oh, scary migrants, even though it's literally a fucking Moroccan op. And broadly for chat, Ceuta has never been a part of the modern Moroccan nation state. It's been a Spanish territory. from 1580 and then reinforced in 1640. Yeah, that's a while back. Analysts at Israel-funded think tanks argued back in April that Israel should help Morocco take over Ceuta in order to punish Spain. Man, what are you supposed to do about this? In March 2026, Michael Rubin of the American Enterprise Institute, writing through the Middle East Forum, called on the Trump administration to formally recognize Ceuta and Melilla as occupied Moroccan territories, thus branding Spain a colonial power running colonies across the Strait of Gibraltar. Days later, Representative Mario Diaz-Balart, chairman of the House Subcommittee on National Security and one of Marco Rubio's closest congressional confidants, declared publicly the enclaves are, quote, not in the geographic territory of Spain, but rather Moroccan territory. If you do the right thing internationally and oppose a genocide, like the deep state pulls every string they have and just tries to tear you apart from the inside, it might actually work, too. Why does Spain have Ceuta? They've had it for like half a millennia. Morocco's literally North African Israel. They tried invading their neighbors too. Great. Israel's been buddy-buddy with Morocco. I didn't even know there was an Israel angle to this, man. Not just Panama, Morocco used Israeli surveillance to hack senior French and Spanish officials. Man, it gets to a point. It really, really, really gets to a point. Like, it's very, very possible that Spain is going to shift far right in the next elections because of this. They're going to be talking about it in years and years and years and years and years, and it's literally just a fucking U.S.-Israeli op to push Spain far right to punish it for not backing the genocide. Doesn't matter, Masaigu. It's not like it's gonna be the Tinder has been lit, you know? Yeah, this is what people were referring to when they were talking about the Odyssey having been filmed in occupied Western Sahara, right? Spanish far-right is pro-Israel. The far-right everywhere is pro-Israel. All far-right, ultra-nationalist races see themselves in Israel. It's the same reason far-right groups in every country in the world all converge towards supporting Nazism. Far-right Indians, pro-Nazi. Why? Because it all converges there. You just swap the races. Israel has just single-handedly alienated the Spanish right. No, you're totally off on this. The Spanish right doesn't care that this happened. They like that it happened because now they have propaganda to use. They're not alienating the Spanish right at all. Like, this is good for the Spanish right. Israel's doing them a favor. If the far right in Spain take control of the government, they'll stop opposing the genocide. They'll stop opposing Israel. An internal Pentagon email reported by Reuters in April 2026 outlined options including suspending Spain from NATO over its refusal to facilitate U.S. operations against Iran. Pete Hegseth made the administration's contempt for Spain explicit, singling out allies that refused to cooperate to the Strait of Hormuz campaign. Trump himself had called Spain terrible. Yeah, he said he wanted to cut trade with Spain. In January 2026, Israel and Morocco signed a joint military work plan for the year during the third meeting of their Joint Military Committee in Tel Aviv, which the IDF described as deepening cooperation with a key partner for regional stability. A coordinated attack between Morocco, the U.S., and Israel with the collaboration of the European and Spanish far right. It's literally everyone It's all the power in the world against the good people in Spain. It's all evil converging against them. Spain did the right thing, and they're being punished by everyone everywhere for it. Isn't the far right supposed to be pro its own country? No, there's nothing the far right hates more than their own country and their own people. They just want to rape kids. Anything and everything that gets the far right closer to raping kids is their goal, and usually collapsing the liberal democracy and turning it into a kind of Wild West oligarchy where the far right rules through the pretense of law is the closest path towards what they want, which is mass pedophilia. Even the New York Times is reporting on Moroccans being told by Moroccan police to flood Ceuta. Yeah, we saw this post, but it doesn't matter. The fuel's already been given to the Spanish far right. Why doesn't Israel care about the 100,000 Jews Morocco expelled? Why the fuck would Israel care about Jews? Ah, Thomas Massey being the only person in government with balls again. Don't fall for the fake Fox GOP outrage. 2 weeks ago, the House passed a bill that green-lighted the transfer of Spanish territory to Morocco. Every Republican except me voted for it, but now they are acting shocked at the invasion. What the hell? Oh my, wait, this is just... We just had a bill saying it? The committee notes that the Spanish-administered cities of Ceuta and Melilla are located in Moroccan territory and remain the support of Morocco's land. We just put this in a bill? In America, they just put that in a bill, like, hey, to punish Spain. How does the U.S. have any say? Well, international law doesn't exist anymore. It's a big deal in Spanish media. Man, it's almost like America and Israel are the greatest threat to Western civilization the world has ever known. They wrote it down, so it must be true. I mean, it's not about whether or not it's true. It's that the entire Republican Party, with the exception of Thomas Massey, essentially greenlit the idea that, oh, because Spain doesn't support Israel, now we're going to weaponize Morocco against it. Like, that the explicit goal here is to empower Morocco to attack Spain. Like Spain is a long-standing European ally. They're part of the EU, for Christ's sake. And NATO, and after decades and decades of cooperation, we are literally enabling their invasion via Morocco, using Morocco as a proxy to attack them because they're not bending the knee to Israel. Do you have any idea how insane this is? We're backing proxy warfare against a fellow NATO country because they're not declaring allegiance to Israel. Jesus, man. It's so depressing.
Over migration in Europe. The crowds, mostly made up of young men, celebrated as they entered Spanish territory. Take a listen to what one young man was saying.
We're happy to be here. It's been a very tough experience to go from the ocean. It was
hello, least threatening young man literally ever. That's it's crazy, like the narrative that these migrants are scary, and then they just like the most normal looking young guy speaking clear English. Literally just a dude.
Very tough. The police officers tried to stop us, but our will and our determination, we could came here.
CNN's Nada Bashir is joining us now live from London. And Nada, I mean, we've seen significant numbers of migrants cross over into Ceuta before, but nothing like this. 60,000 migrants, I believe, in just a matter of hours. What are you learning about the reasons for this surge that we've seen?
Israel. Man.
Relieved to have finally made it to Ceuta. Hundreds of migrants reached dry land.
It's also such a bad look for Morocco internally, though. Morocco is not a real country. It's like, again, like Israel, their international and domestic reputation is immaterial. They're a proxy state for Western interests, or I guess I should say for Israeli-U.S. interests.
And in the Spanish territory. They've spent hours at sea, some say more than 4, crossing from Morocco to the Spanish enclave north of the country, in hope of obtaining asylum in the European Union, a distance of approximately 5 kilometers.
Yes. I want to work.
It took me 2 hours. This is my little brother.
Most are Moroccan, hoping to find
They're so fucking chill, dude.
a stable job in Spain.
All of politics is learning that evil's complicated, then learning evil's really simple. Yeah, it's crazy how that works, right? Informed simplicity. Like, the mechanisms by which evil is enacted are incredibly complicated, but the bad guys are actually, like, the most evil people alive. They're so evil that it defies narrative. It, like, if you wrote a book on the Epstein class and the extent to which America and Israel are colluding to destroy the world right now, it would be like, come on, seriously? Pedophile cabal, greater Israel, warring with your allies, global surveillance, deep ties to American tech companies, people like Peter Thiel, who just openly can't, like, aren't in favor of humanity. Like, he's like basically the Antichrist. Come on, this is too much. They would at least be better at lying, but they're not. They're all just openly that evil. They're all like kid fucking lunatics, every single one of them.
But the reality, some say, is very different
American
to what many
government,
expect.
the entire Republican Party, the Silicon Valley,
I don't
our tech
understand why they
overlords.
come, why they're led to believe that there's a future. Yes, there are jobs, but then they're faced with the harsh reality that they have nothing, and people treat them.
How do I convince normies of this? I think a really good way to start with this one would be to say, even the New York Times admitted the Moroccans who came over, who left peacefully after they came over, by the way, said they were pushed into doing this by the Moroccan government. Like, Moroccan police directed them to make this assault on Spain. So then, why? Why would the Moroccan government send tens of thousands of migrants over to attack Spain? Why would they do that? Oh, just a couple weeks ago, the American government and Israel were both talking about how Morocco could be used as a wedge against Spain to punish them for not getting involved in the war against Iran. Pretty straightforward. It's not really like a conspiracy noticer thing. Like, the breadcrumbs are pretty out there in public. It's all open.
As if they are nobodies.
After an upsurge of crossings over the past few days, Spain has now decided to deploy its military to attempt to gain control of the situation. A decision that comes
But
after...
boss, you can't deal with 30,000 migrants storming a border like this. This ain't the way. I don't know what you mean. These migrants turned around. They left peacefully because they're ordinary people. Stuff like this is going to happen more and more often due to climate refugeeism. You know, climate crises driving people around. These are just normal people who are desperate for a better life. That's it. They're just normal-ass people. It's the freaks who sent them who are the problem.
The local authorities had asked Madrid for more help. Italy's Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, has called for Spain to be suspended from the Schengen area.
Isn't there like a 10% unemployment rate in Spain? Buddy, if you think 10% unemployment rate in Spain is bad, you should see what employment in Spain looks like. These motherfuckers are not working.
In response, the Spanish Foreign Minister said Italy was weaponizing immigration for political ends. Both Spain
yeah,
and
even in this like mainstream media coverage, we're acknowledging on some level or another that Morocco is weaponizing migrants to attack Spain. So why? Why would Morocco attack Spain? And then you look and it's like, oh, because they're allies with the American government in Israel.
Morocco have said they were working towards a quick return of those who'd entered illegally, and applications for asylum in Spain will be processed.
Ahora mismo lo que estamos viendo, queridos amigos, es una imagen.
I don't speak Spanish. Why narrow it down to the US and Israel? It's the West. Because it's really important to understand right now that modern civilization, I mean the world itself, is being torn apart by genuinely like a few thousand people who enact their will with overwhelming wealth and political influence by directly controlling the behavior of at most maybe a few 100,000. It's not really the West. The average person absolutely everywhere, America, China, Morocco, Spain, even Israel, just wants to live their life in peace. They are pawns being moved around by, I mean, it's not the global elite, because there is like there are schisms here. Russia, China, much of Africa and Southeast Asia aren't part of the same political bloc, but like broadly, it is the U.S.-Israeli coalition right now. I think you could just fairly chalk it up to Zionism, because as I've said many times, Zionism is not about the Jews. It's just a way of using an ethnic and political and social front for the real interests of capital, which is reducing everything on earth to pedophilia. Just absolute world domination. But the average Zionist isn't in on this. You think the average, like, kind of liberal Jewish Zionist who lives in New York or whatever is in on the big fucking game? No, of course they're not. The average Christian conservative, the average Jew, even the average Israeli, even like the most the Israeli population by and large is very far right, very bloodthirsty, but they're just like bloodthirsty for ordinary reasons. They're not thinking in their head like, oh yeah, we're nefariously weaponizing capital in the West to dismantle civilization. They're not thinking that. They're just thinking like, oh, Muslims scary. The average person is stupid and easily controlled, especially in this modern age of, tech surveillance, mass control of media, 4 people own every news station, etc., etc., especially in Israel, right? Like all of Israel's news, or most of it at least, is like owned by buddies of Netanyahu. They've been buying up more of it. It's all very straightforward. From a direct control perspective, it's just important to understand that being part of that system doesn't mean you're aware of the whole picture. How the fuck do I title this? Mass migrants surge into Spain. You'll never guess who's behind this. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Things don't just happen for no reason. These people are not chill, trust me as an African. Okay. Listen, all people everywhere just want to chill, all right? If you strip out all the bullshit, everyone everywhere wants to chill. That's like Marxism or something. It's a really, really fundamental principle of Marxism, of Marxist theory. Everyone just wants to grill. Everyone everywhere. All men are brothers. Marx did say that. What about this is going to sound insane, but Israel just sort of invaded Spain. I don't know. It's a lot. I don't know how to title this, man.
Don't want anything here, just for fun. That's all.
You don't want to stay in the EU?
I don't want anything from this place or this life. I want just chilling. I just go here for fun.
You will never make me hate these people. I don't care how much propaganda I'm bombarded with. You will never make me hate migrants. You will never make me hate migrants. You can't do it. You can't. It's impossible. There's no force in the universe strong enough. The all information is communicated through physical matter. Sound is reverberations through airwaves. Touch is physical. Everything is physical. The amount of physical information that it would take to convince me to hate this man is sufficient to destroy my body its entirety. The only communication you could project to me that would make me hate migrants, it would destroy my body anyway. It would be like getting shot with a fucking neutron beam or something. There's no way to do it. You have to take me out with it. What about Cubans? Dog, the reason Cubans are an insufferable expat group in America is because they're like, they're not migrants. They're the descendants of wealthy people who left like 60 years ago. I don't have an issue with modern day migrants from Cuba, from which there are a decent number. Well, I guess I should say, like, you know, I guess I don't really have an issue with the underlying desire to escape and find a better life. The political opinions of any individual migrant might be objectionable, you know, after they arrive and start voting or whatever. Morocco's senior advisor to the king is this person. He was given Israel's highest civilian award in 2023. He essentially runs the government while the Moroccan king is out on vacation. Cool. Hailing from the Moroccan Jewish community, he's referred to as one of the most powerful Jews of the Muslim world. Fucking save me, dude. Jesus Christ. Groyper factory shit. Oh yeah, there it is. Founder of the Davos Forum? Wait. Yeah, one of the founding members of the C100 Davos Forum. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god, I completely skipped over that. Jesus fucking Christ. Are you ready for the new world order? Bum, bum, bum. Oh man. Okay. Davos, not Davos, Davos, I know. You will eat the bugs. Wake me up a little bit. Wake me up inside.
Where are we in terms of the AI narrative in your view, and what's the reality?
Well, I think investors have to ask a question right now. What am I getting into when I invest in Microsoft, Google, and Amazon? So UBS estimates that 27% of Google...
80% of Moroccans are homophobic, 36% support honor unalive. Do you mean honor killings? You can just say killings. Okay, so you have to understand. You're doing the Zionist bit here, where you advocate for suffering for Arabs because the average Arab is reactionary. People's opinions are derived from their environment, their influences. If these people were allowed to leave Morocco, they would stop being homophobic. They could move from Morocco to Spain, get integrated into the Spanish culture, and then they would all be gay, like the Spaniards are. This is what happened to Muslims in America. If you open up the world and allow people the opportunity to experience better things, they will want better things. Nobody wants to be homophobic. Being homophobic sucks. You're literally a loser and a retard. You're ugly, your shit is busted, you're fucking chopped. Have you seen what homophobes look like? I want you to imagine in your head for a moment the median physiognomy of an American homophobe versus the median physiognomy of an American gay man. That's right, they're getting fucking mogged. I'm being real. I'm just saying, like, I bet you a lot of the homophobic Moroccans are fucking vice signaling anyway. If they moved over to Spain, they would be like, oh, I don't have to. I'm not gonna get like beheaded by my fucking village elder, whatever the fuck they're doing over there. But you yourself admitted we have a Wahhabist problem here in Germany because of Saudi funding. Yeah, and the German government loves it because it means they get to fearmonger with those enclaves. You wouldn't have the enclaves if you accepted your role as a melting pot. America doesn't have your enclaves. America has loads and loads and loads of immigrants. And for the most part, those immigrants integrate. And they become successful, well-integrated members of society. I'm not saying they have to abandon their cultures, but they definitely have to abandon the homophobia. This is a manufactured problem. The more you assume that Moroccans are innately suspect, the more you assume that Moroccans are innately bigoted, the more you will pre-select against them, you will judge them, you will force them into enclaves, and then they're going to remain homophobic because they're being ostracized by the broader cultural environment, and the only people they can turn to are the people who represent the bad elements of their culture from back home. But there's Hasidic Jew enclaves in New York that vote 99% Republican? Yeah, and the average Jew in America votes Democrat. I'm not saying there aren't micro enclaves, especially self-selecting ones like Hasidic Jews. But by and large, culturally integrating people moves them to the left. This has been the case for all time everywhere.
Google Cloud's revenue this year will be OpenAI and Anthropic, increasing to over 4.
I mean, there's a bit of an unfair comparison here. U.S.-Canadian immigration selects for higher education. Yep, but it applies to illegals as well, Masaigo. Illegal immigrants in America, San Diego, Los Angeles, El Paso, Austin, whatever, also, even though they are absolutely not pre-selected for income or education, do integrate into American culture. And their children, the children of illegal immigrants, just regular-ass people. Birthright citizenship, baby. You come in, your parents come in here and they're like, oh, ¿qué pasa? Or whatever Mexican people say, I don't know. But then they have kids. The kids go to a local public school and they've got the Hello Kitty. They're wearing the Cookie Monster pajama pants on pajama day. They're just regular ass Americans. You know how it goes.
38% next year. That is a remarkable amount of money. It's going to be.
I don't even know why I'm watching. I completely forgot why I'm watching this. I'm talking about. I'm just talking about integration. You said to chill or something? Yeah, I just like why we literally do the far right's job for them when we pretend that Moroccan migrants are just some like innately evil group. I hope you're right. I'm tired of the rise of homophobia, transphobia. Dog, homophobia and transphobia are on the rise because of elite, wealthy, Western educated oligarchs. You realize that, right? People like Elon Musk. Literally, the recent rise in every kind of bigotry in the West has had nothing to do with migrants or foreigners and everything to do with wealthy elites in our country using those bigotries and propagating them as a way of selling pedophilia and capital control to the masses. It's literally like the calls coming from inside the house. Epstein was highly educated and wealthy. It says migrants are not the issue here. What were we talking about? To be fair, Elon's a migrant to the U.S. Yeah, a white South African, or let's not get crazy with it. Yeah, the problem isn't that Epstein was from Morocco. The problem is that Epstein was from New York. The beating heart of global capitalism. All men are brothers. What is this? Oh, we have some pro-AI dipshit in chat who keeps linking this. An internal version of Astra, OpenAI's next major model family, solved 10 major open problems in mathematics, quantum complexity, theoretical computer science. Don't really care. My opposition to AI has never been rooted in my belief that it can't solve math equations. Doesn't really have shit to do with what I'm talking about. It came to a conclusion. We don't know if it's correct. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying this isn't really where my opposition comes from. I don't get it. You constantly talk about how reactionaries are subhuman. Now it's just people are a product of circumstances. Yeah, both of those things are true. The average American ruroid is like a fucking cattle. Like they're cattle. But they are that way because of circumstances. I'm sorry. When I said reactionaries are subhuman, did you think I was making like an innate intrinsic statement about their fundamental, inalterable, fated nature? No, of course not. It's a denigration of the human mind and spirit. Reactionary politics, which exists to facilitate child rape, is a denigration of human thought. But nobody's born that way. Maybe like a few people, like actual sociopaths or whatever. But the vast majority of people are like that because they've been groomed into it by, you know, by the powers that be, whether they're in America or Morocco. I've always been a tremendous advocate of people's right to travel and try to better their lives. People are like, you know, conservatives are like, I would kill to defend my family. Really? Would you cross a border for them? Yeah, I don't even know what this shit means, man. This is like... This is STEM stuff. This isn't my purview. Yeah, would you quit drinking for your family? If you forced most ruroids to live in Manhattan, they'd very quickly become at least somewhat liberal, especially if you get them young. Absolutely. A person being a reactionary at 18 means basically nothing with regards to what they're going to believe in the future, you know? Like, their brain's still developing. Your issue with AI exclusively tied to anti-human ethics. We've done this bit a million times. AI is demon tech. It's devil technology. It will only make things worse. And so far has only made things worse. Would you like, subscribe, and donate to Vosh for your family? Some of you have. This is a video on it. Has an AI discovered new maths? New maths! Oi, everyone, get in here. The AI's discovered new maths.
Breaking maths news! A large language model with reasoning capabilities has...
Doesn't reason.
Solved autonomously a significant puzzle in mathematics. And of course, did this happen while I was at home in the office? No. As is tradition, it happened while I'm trying to be on vacation. In fact, here's me from a year ago during a different maths breakthrough, complaining about the fact I was on vacation and pointing out a year...
It's on a different discovery from last week. I've said this before, but like, you have to understand the technological applications of AI are undone by the fact that it creates a social paradigm that make those applications untenable. Like, AI could solve... Like, AI could cure cancer, but AI exists to make the wealthy so wealthy that there's no money in curing cancer anymore. AI exists to facilitate a degree of wealth inequality where you will never be able to afford the cancer treatments that AI might or might not be able to cook up. That's the problem. 99% of the problems we're facing have to do with social politics, allocation of existing resources. There are billions of people out there who don't have consistent access to clean drinking water. We figured out how to purify drinking water like a bajillion years ago. It's not a technological problem. There is no, oh, well, we figured out the way. How? It's always technological that's pitched, too. You get all these feel-good stories. You know, young, enterprising scientists discover a new way to help. Does it actually help? Probably not, no. Because the only way the poor people in Africa are getting that shit is off the fucking Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and they're only willing to do it, like, you know, selectively so they can preserve the copyright or whatever. The license, the trademark. The problem isn't tech. The reason AI is doing these breakthroughs is because it was brute force math tasks that were only unsolved because it would take a shit ton of computational effort to solve in a ton of time. Mostly it's proving existing theories that were already well known and accepted. That makes sense, yeah. Just brute forcing, not really like anything novel. Who cares? Doesn't really. That's not correct. It feels true to me. Speaking of cancer cures, you see the new proposed one about tree frog bacteria from Japan. It's just a little bit difficult for me to get that hyped up over medical advancements when in America, medical care is becoming more and more unaffordable because more and more of the money we put into it goes to an enormous administrative bloat that exists purely to fleece money, in large part off of the relatively wealthy boomers that are going to be kept in hospice to siphon away their trillions of dollars collectively so that they don't trickle down to the younger generations. It's like, who cares if we solve a problem if we can't implement it? Who gives a shit, you know? Oh, we've developed technology that can cure AIDS or whatever. Well, that's great. How affordable is it? How accessible is it? We can't even solve the clean drinking water problem because we're too committed to maintaining global poverty. We've had solar energy for, I don't know, 15 years. Solar energy is a great way of framing it, too, because we literally developed a free energy source. It's now cheaper than every other energy source. And for some reason, we're building more coal than ever right now in the United States. It has nothing to do with the technology. The viability of solar is immaterial because the pedophiles that run the fossil fuel industry are friends and buddies with the people in government. Like, oh, it turns out technology wasn't the solution. The real solution was doing something about the government and the people they're friends with. What is technology going to do for you then? Oh, we've invented a button you can press to end oligarchy? No, I don't think so. Doesn't work like that. It's a social problem. You can make solar panels infinitely cheap and recyclable. It won't matter. As long as the fossil fuel pedophiles continue to rule the world, as long as Russia, Saudi Arabia, OPEC broadly, Trump and everyone he's buddies with, as long as those people rule the world, it literally will not matter. They don't want free energy. They don't want free energy. They don't want free energy. Why would they want free energy? When have the people in charge of making decisions for society ever wanted a utility to be free? Can someone explain this to me? The only reason we have even remotely cheap energy and water is because of those being branded and classified as utilities in a wave of antitrust law and a regulation that's impossible to imagine today. That's the reason why a modern utility, internet service providers, is an unregulated dystopian hellscape where you get no choices and it's not regulated as a utility because the internet came about after that big wave of antitrust and regulatory law. So what? Now, why would they want it to be free? What incentive is there for the powers that be to make energy free? Why the fuck would they care? They don't give a shit. How that doesn't make them money. Oh, they can sell the solar. They can sell the solution. Why would they need to do that? The Pentagon spends like $1.2 trillion every year on nothing. The war with Iran has proven they weren't spending it on shit. They were doing nothing. They were spending it all on nothing. Anytime people talk about free anything, I remember insulin is nearly free to produce, but we still charge people high prices not to die. Yeah, can a rational econ major explain that one to me? Can somebody explain? We literally developed the technology to produce insulin for nothing, and for some reason people still go bankrupt trying to get it. Why? Can somebody explain? Can somebody explain to me how this works? I'm so tired of technological solutions. It's never done anything. You think inventing insulin 2 is going to fix that? It's a social problem. Insulin is free for diabetics in Europe, India, and China? Question mark? Is it? I don't know. I know America's uniquely bad when it comes to it. What does that have to do with what I'm saying? Yeah, not here. But you can't blame technology for this? I'm not blaming technology for anything. I'm not blaming the availability of insulin for the unavailability of insulin. Well, anyway. Tech won't solve this. Stop talking to me about tech. It's the STEM without humanities thing. Well, it's the capitalism thing. It's what happens when all the people with the most power are freak pedophile lunatic oligarchs who just want to fuck kids, you know? That's kind of like the main problem, I think, for the most part. Sort of a bad incentive structure there, you know? In a theoretical socialist society, would you still be anti-AI? Yes. I will always be anti-AI. I will always be like non-humans imitating humans. I will always be against machines that are designed to replace the social fabric and the connections we're supposed to build. Yeah. It's philosophically bad, yeah. What is this? This is long as fuck. Why am I looking at this? West streeting politicized national security with his public rebuke of Israel's actions in Gaza. What? I'm not. Britain is also a slave to Zionism. We don't need to get into that. You know what I need to get into? My bathroom so I can take a fat piss. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. Bathroom's occupied, folks. Guess I'll suffer. I'll try it again in 20 minutes. All right. Pissing all by yourself? No, that's actually the problem. Okay. You say technology is not a problem, but you say you wouldn't have AI in a socialist society. I'm not entirely sure what you mean. I'm not principally opposed to technology, but I am opposed to AI. I don't know what you mean. AI is not technology. Technology broadly refers to everything we develop. AI is AI. And by AI, I'm specifically referring to LLMs that are meant to imitate human ingenuity and communicative skills, but can never actually replace it. That's what I'm referring to. The actual productive efficiency of AI is immaterial to me. It's a demon technology. AI is not a technology. Come on. Are you ESL? Maybe I'm going to switch up my perspective on migrants. Are you a migrant to my language? Are you listening to me? When I say I'm not anti-technology, that does not mean I'm in favor of every technology ever invented. What's ESL? Okay, they might actually be. I think you have a reductive view of AIs. That's cool. I have a reductive view of how many times today you're going to get to post in chat. That is to say 0 from now on. I don't know what to say. We've done this a million times. I don't give a shit. I will always be militantly anti-AI. I don't call it demon tech for no reason. It's all evil. It has only been used to facilitate and enable evil. On every level, from the technology's effects on individuals to the people who are pushing it, it is just a vessel for evil. It is literally the center of modern evil. What it represents is a great big speculative financialized beast. It is unimaginably evil. Everyone involved in it, evil. It does nothing but corrode. We don't need to get into it. It's fine. And not people coming in here being like, well, did you know that a different kind of AI does like it solves this one problem, but it doesn't even matter because it won't be implemented in a way that helps anyone because we're too busy siphoning all money into the 8 AI companies in the West? Isn't China doing AI right? No, there is no doing AI right. There's no such thing as doing AI right. That's not an AI problem. It's a capitalism problem. Well, I don't understand. Again, this is exactly what I mean. You're so busy talking to ChatGPT, which jerks you off for asking it basic questions. You know, which peg does the square block go into? You've forgotten how to socialize with people. When I say there's no daylight for this, I mean there's no daylight for this. And you come into chat, you're like, well, what about my daylight? There's no daylight. What about my specific defensive AI? No, I've heard it. I've heard it. I've heard it, and it didn't work on me. I don't care if my view is reductive. I have a highly reductive. You people are crazy. That's all I'm saying. You people are crazy. Haley Stevens got the call and was forced to bend the knee. Yo? Oh, this came out just earlier today. Haley Stevens said she would endorse and campaign for Abdul al-Sayed if she lost her primary. Too little, too late. Already called him a sexist and an anti-Semite. What if that makes him win? Well, I'm not saying she shouldn't bend the knee. As far as I'm concerned, she should be in jail. But I'm not getting what I want either way. The war is heating up. Yeah, I heard about that. Breaking. Iran announces it'll strike the world's most important energy. Oh, yeah. Meanwhile, while everything else is going on, you know, around the world, the war has only been getting worse. Obviously, you know, we've done this. We've done this whole bit before, but we have been threatening to massively ramp up attacks on Iran. Iran is threatening to ramp up attacks on everything else. So the logical conclusion of what you say is that AI can't be used for good, which also has to mean AI is evil. Yep, I do keep saying that. That's true. AI is evil. I did say that like 50 times, but I appreciate you arriving at that conclusion, you know, eventually. I do believe that. Weren't we supposed to have run out of oil by now? What happened? China has engaged in a like lunatic level of demand destruction in an effort to compensate for the lost output from the Persian Gulf, which has cushioned us somewhat, though not quite entirely. We're not. It's a temporary measure. They're saying they're going to strike the Gawar oil field. Da 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 da. Very good, very good, excellent. Very good, great. What are we up to today? Trump's about to issue the final orders for the massive attack on Iran per Israeli Channel 13. Israel has raised its military to maximum alert status this weekend as the U.S. prepares to strike Iran, with Israeli officials saying tensions are at their peak and the situation is on the brink of exploding. Wait, per Channel 13 or per Channel 12? Or I guess maybe both. Iran likely behind coordinated cyber attacks, blah-de-blah-de-blah. Top U.S. general in Europe directly warned the Pentagon in a written private notification he no longer has enough Navy destroyers to keep protecting Israel from Iranian ballistic missiles. Great, let them through. U.S. embassies across the entire Middle East have issued security alerts today urging Americans to immediately depart. So I guess things are about to start heating up again. Fun, 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 fun. I want to work on a U.S. military project to develop anti-drone directed energy weapons. Iran's drones are stupid broken. Alternative suggestion, what if we let Iran's drones through? What if we're the bad ones, you know? We don't need you building the Wunderwaffen for the real existing Fourth Reich or anything. But then my friends get hurt. Well, Trump loaning billions of barrels from oil reserves? You mean millions. What do you mean loaning? Oh, this is from April 10th. That's old. That's old. That's very old. When is the bombing going to begin? We're already midway through our lull in the market activity. Live UA map, Iran. Before the market opens? Yeah. So I'm wondering, because we're halfway to the market reopening. They're going to get hurt regardless. Zionists won't stop until the entire world is a smoking crater. Trust me, your friends might be the ones more immediately in the line of fire, but everyone on Earth is suffering because of them. It's unfortunate. It really is. But it's absolutely vital that that Iran wins this war against the global hegemon. Absolutely vital. Israeli army has raised its alert level to the maximum amidst rumors a widespread escalation between the U.S. and Iran is just around the corner. Officials had stated, however, that it's still not clear if Israel will participate in the strikes. Yeah, why would Israel use its weapons? Why would Israel raise its hand against Iran? You know, it's our business. We're not chosen. Air bases in Bahrain are apparently getting abandoned. It's very possible that we're on the eve of the biggest escalation of the war thus far. Except this time, Israel and America don't have the interceptors necessary to deal with a mass wave of drone strikes from Iran. Will the Trump or Netanyahu regimes use nukes? There are plenty of people in Israel who would be perfectly comfortable using nuclear weapons, for sure. There is no limit to their love of bloodshed. Trump has no way out of this except nukes. Nukes also won't solve it. Iran is absolutely massive. Nuclear weapons won't allow us to destroy their stockpiles of munitions around the country. We're considering abandoning Kuwait. Jesus Christ. Credit to Trump for unwinding decades of American interventionism in the Middle East. Trump made a statement to Morocco. Jesus Christ. Message from Trump to His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. We recognize Moroccan sovereignty over Western Sahara. Or in other words, thank you, Morocco, for your joint U.S.-Israeli attack on Spain as punishment for not supporting the chosen people's holy war for the world. As a reward for you pitching 60,000 migrants at Spain and inflaming the far right across Europe, we will support your conquest of the Western Sahara as part of the Greater Moroccan Project. It's all so fucking open. It's all so transparent and straightforward. Jesus Christ. Just an open U.S. attack on Spain. U.S.-Israeli. Moroccan. Occupation of Western Sahara literally mirrors the West Bank. Yes. This Iran shit could pop off at any moment. Let me see if there's any Al Jazeera coverage of this this lull, this quiet moment before the big pop-off. Guess you got to stream all night then? Yeah. Hold on. Coverage. Has anyone seen any official coverage of this? Al Jazeera just has a bunch of stuff on the Moroccan attack on Spain. I don't see anything about this buildup. Oh, we have clear satellite imagery on the attacks on Saudi Arabia from the Houthis. 3 oil storage tanks destroyed and 2 more heavily damaged. I remember seeing the much lower resolution version of these photos. Vosh, I believe the American rules-based world order and the monopolar Western world's the best future for the human race. Listen, Bucko, I'm really sorry, but you're genuinely like 30 years out of date. Even a pale shadow of the image of the impression of the ghost of a rules-based Western order is dead. Like we're so far past that right now. It's just open rape and world ending from the Western hegemony. We're genuinely like working to end the world right now. It's not even an exaggeration. It's straightforward. It's not just Trump. Yeah, the Democrats did this as well. We've completely abandoned the rules-based world order. It's gone. There's not even a pretense of this. It's just not happening. It's not just Trump and capital undermining it. The entire system was always propped up and built to do this. The only reason we even had an image of the rules-based world order was in opposition to Soviet communism. We wanted to project strength globally, but as soon as the Soviet Union fell, we stopped pretending. The best thing global civilization could see right now would be for Iran to deliver a striking defeat to the U.S.-Israeli incursion into their country. A limit to the evil. No more appeasement politics. You know, don't let Hitler get Austria and the Sudetenland and so on and so forth. You can't do it. I disagree only because that would genuinely embolden China and Russia. Russia is nothing. And China is objectively a better steward of the global order than we are right now. Look at them engaging in deliberate demand destruction in an effort to prevent us from collapsing. Do you think we would do that for them? Genuine question. China has reduced its demand by several million barrels of oil per day in order to cushion us from experiencing an oil collapse. They still have an enormous strategic petroleum reserve. Ours is dwindling. They're engaging in demand destruction to protect us. Do you think America would cut a third of its oil use per day in order to shield China from an oil collapse? We can't even do it for ourselves. No. To the extent that there is a future for this dying planet, it belongs, at least for a time, potentially to China. America and Europe are doing everything we can right now to fuck it into the ground. It's not, I don't even like China. They're still a capitalist country. It's just that we've completely abandoned stewardship, even over our own territory. China's not doing it out of their good heart? Of course not. I'm not a child. No country does anything out of a good heart. They do it because they're more considerate of the long-term consequences of global collapse. We don't give a shit, dude. The Trump administration fucking invaded Iran on Israel's behalf over nothing. And we're like, oops, it didn't occur to me the Strait of Hormuz might be blocked. They're fucking retards. Oops. Couldn't have fucking guessed that one would happen. Jesus. It's not even like China's meeting a very low bar right now. Sorry. They literally said they were surprised Iran fought back. A consequence of capital-controlled democracy, where all of the incentive structures towards good governance are eroded, and eventually the only people who can make it into office are stooges for capital, not selecting for intelligence or self-preservation, but just for sheer dogged loyalty. And they've got it. They've got the most loyal agents of capital in human history right there in the White House. Every single one of them a pedophilic oligarch, wealthy or well-connected to the wealthy, who will do or say literally anything they're told. No shame, no self-respect, no interest in the preservation of the world or even our own country. The inevitable consequence of these systems. Can I pee now? If anyone can find a video on this this build-up, this lull, this detente before the things pop off with Iran, please let me know. Oil tankers are now going around Africa because both straits are blocked. Me when I have to take the chud walk home. Fucking walk of shame all the way around the Cape of Africa. Richard's Mono Robot, I don't know what you're talking about. One second. Gotta piss. I wonder if that shirt's dry enough that I could put it on. Still pretty damp. God damn, that's pretty. I don't want to be streaming while wearing a damp shirt. Wet clothes suck. Yeah, they're not great to wear. Oh, hold on. Oh. Oh. Been known to happen, Lamau. All right. Oh, thank you. I genuinely can't find any mainstream media coverage of Iran and America both threatening to blow each other off the fucking, off the map. Senior advisor to the Iranian government, Morandi, based on statements from the Trump regime, it seems quite possible that after months of barbaric threats, tonight will be the last night of normality in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, the UAE, and possibly Oman. If strikes are carried out against Iran's civilian infrastructure, the critical infrastructure of these complicit regimes, along with that of the Zionist regime and perhaps Jordan, will be demolished. Well, nice of them to hold Jordan in special respect here. People in these regimes should immediately prepare for evacuation. I just don't see any coverage of this. Iran striking oil tankers in Oman. Fun. Well, we'll see if it pops off. Al Jazeera about the escalation? No video? We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Are they going to start hitting desalination plants? I don't know. Who knows? Iran isn't fucking around. They can cyber attack American infrastructure. They are a more or less modern country. Michigan and Minnesota are among at least 7 states coping with cyber attacks aimed at disrupting water systems nationwide. I mean, there's basically nothing the U.S. can do anymore to stop it too, right? Oh, America could end this anytime they wanted to. All we have to do is withdraw from our Middle East, sign a peace treaty with Iran, and force Israel to withdraw from Lebanon, which we could do pretty easily. We would just have to surrender. Trump and his dementia blame Minnesota for the water supply attacks. That's so fucking funny. That's so fucking funny, dude. Holy shit. Straight up cyber attack from Iran, and he's like, nah, we're gonna go after like Tim Walz or whatever. That's so funny.
Thank you. We've just been watching President Trump host a cabinet meeting at Camp David in Maryland for the sort of customary go-round of the table there, different cabinet members. We had Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, now Scott Bessent is speaking, each of them praising the president in turn. Let's turn now to White House correspondent Karen Travers, who's been listening in, retired Army Colonel Seth Crumrick, too. Thank you.
Nobody in the government is letting that happen, though, so in practice, the U.S. can't stop this. What do you mean by the U.S. if your definition of the U.S. doesn't include the government of the U.S.? I mean, do you mean, like, can the American people stop this? No. The American people have chosen oblivion and their cattle-like voting tendencies. I know they were groomed into it, but, you know, we childishly assumed the end of the world would hit every country on Earth except us.
Both for being here. You've both been listening in a little bit, I think, to the conversation around the cabinet table. First of all, Karen, I mean, you may not have the answer to this, but why is this happening at Camp David?
The president wanted to do something different, and he noted to reporters as he was landing that he's saying it's the first time there's a live cabinet meeting taking place. This isn't the first time we've seen a cabinet meeting up there. In fact, he did one himself during his first term, but why he's doing it there now, just kind of a change of scenery is what officials have been saying.
Probably has something to do with the impending war with Iran. I wonder if he's meeting with people who don't want to go to the he's meeting with people who don't want to like check in officially as guests to the White House. Probably not. It could be like a medical thing, yeah.
To make something different out of this one, James.
Colonel Crumrick, I don't know if you...
What phenomenal coverage. Why is Trump holding this cabinet meeting on the eve of a massive breakout of conflict with Iran at Camp David? He just wanted to do it for fun. Fucking idiots. What were the consequences of these cyber attacks? Apparently, in trying to help the yen, they used euros instead of USD. The Fed sold euros instead of USD to buy the yen. They're nervous. Oh. Huh. That's interesting. Do they not want to... Yeah, do they not want to push yields higher? Are we worried about our reserves? Maybe they don't trust Japan with USD. They don't want to give... They don't want to give Japan even more leverage over our bond market. How many euros do we even... I don't know how large the sale was. Hold on. Fed, New York, buy yen. Yeah, sold euros for yen. Interesting. The report did not indicate any amounts of yen purchased. Well, that's information that I would like to know. Bessent to-do list shows proposal for U.S. to buy 5 billion to 10 billion of Japanese yen. Uh-huh. This have anything to do with the yields skyrocketing? You know, right now our, 10-year yields are as high as they were back in 2007, right before the subprime mortgage crisis. They've spiked again. It's pretty sweet. Definitely one of those apocalypse. What is this one? Is these the this is the 30-year rise? What about the 5.2%? Someone in chat said it earlier. To get a perspective on how unique this is. Look at that. People do not want to buy our goddamn bonds, dude. Right before the 2008 financial crisis. Yeah, the market's worried the Iran war will increase inflation, so they want higher yields. Yeah, the big... Okay, pardon me if I'm paraphrasing this, but my understanding is that... What's his name? Warsh? the new pedophile ruling the Fed, he actually is, friend of Epstein, by the way, Kevin Warsh. Kevin Warsh has refused to change our rates, even though the market right now is there are people in the market that, like our financiers, who are concerned that rates might be too low. We need to raise them because of the risk of inflation. And the fact that he chose again not to raise them is a sign that he's beholden to Trump's interest rather than exercising any, like, you know, authority over the direction of the Fed. Why U.S. bond yields are surging. TLDR News has a video on this. Let's see.
As you probably already know, America's public finances aren't in great nick at the moment. The overall debt burden stands at over 100% of GDP, the deficit at about 6%, and neither look like they're going to get better anytime soon, especially if Trump gets his $1.5 trillion defense budget. However, on Wednesday evening, things suddenly got a lot worse, with the yield on 30-year bonds suddenly spiking to their highest level since 2007, just before the financial crisis. So in this video, we're going to explain what just happened and what it means for the US. We believe that we aren't defined by our attempts towards perfection, but by our courage to be honest when we fail. So when we make mistakes, we have been through this before in previous videos, but for the benefit of new viewers, the TLDR is that when governments borrow money, they do it by issuing bonds. Bonds are essentially defined as three things. The face value, that's how much the bonds cost in the first place. The coupon, that is the annual interest rate that whoever owns the bond receives. And the maturity, that is when the bond...
Yeah, our debt is about to hit $40 trillion. Actually, has it hit 40 trillion yet? It might have actually hit 40 trillion. It's getting there. It's going to jump. Next time Congress does anything, it's going to jump over it. Yeah. Yeesh.
Bondholder is paid back the full face value of the bond. To give an example, the US Treasury might issue a bond with a face value of $1,000, a coupon of 5%, and a maturity of 10 years. If you bought that bond off the Treasury, you would basically lend the US $1,000. The Treasury would pay you $50 a year for the next 10 years, and after 10 years, they'd return the whole $1,000. Importantly, however, the effective annual interest rate or yield of a bond...
The average interest rate on a 30-year mortgage is nearing 7%. 7%! Whew!
Can change if markets decide that they don't want to pay the face value. So for instance, if I tried to resell that bond that I just bought, but the markets were only willing to pay a face value of $900, whoever bought that bond would effectively be paid a higher yield. After all, $50 is more than 5% of $900. It's more like 5.5%. And after 10 years, this new bondholder would also get an extra $100 because the Treasury would pay back the full $1,000 face value. But this new bondholder only bought the bond for $900. This means the effective yield would actually be over 6%. This would be bad news for the Treasury because it would imply that the US would now have to offer bonds with coupons over 6% to attract new buyers. This is essentially how governments decide what coupon to offer on new bonds. They look at the effective yield of already issued bonds and then offer effectively the same rate.
Yeah, basically the gist of it is because we're unwilling to inconvenience capital holders. We're unwilling to inconvenience people who make money via speculation. By slightly reducing the rate at which they acquire currency, we're about to collapse the fucking world economy. We're going to have to default on this shit, man.
Anyway, the key thing to understand for the purposes of this video is that in relatively safe bond markets, like those in the US, the yields on short-dated bonds generally track interest rates. The basic idea here is pretty simple. Interest rates dictate how much money you can make by storing your cash in totally risk-free savings accounts. So if the government wants anyone to buy their short-term debt, which is nearly risk-free, because you can be pretty sure that the government isn't going to default in, say, the next 3 months, then they have to offer ever so slightly higher rates. The yields on long-dated bonds, however, are more interesting and are essentially defined by two things. One,
also, inflation will not just come down. Inflation isn't going to come down because the people in charge of making this decision genuinely are completely beholden to the capital class. The consequence of, like, in order to bring inflation down, we would also need to increase the cost of borrowing money, but borrowing money is not only is borrowing money the main way rich people make more money these days, right now all of the big AI companies are in apocalyptic amounts of debt. If we increase the interest rates to control inflation, it means that all of them are going to owe even more money on their existing debt, which would be really, really bad for these companies and drive them towards default faster. There's no deflating the bubble safely. If they raise the interest rate, it's going to bring about the AI bubble collapse even faster. It's really, really bad. Genuinely, it's unbelievably bad. There's no solving this. There's absolutely no there's no degree of like monetary policy, hyper fiddly management that can unpop this bubble or make this bubble, you know, to deflate it without it popping. It's really, 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 really bad.
One, how likely the market thinks you are to end up defaulting, and two, how much inflation they expect. If the market
Fuck the bubble, did bring it down. Sure. That's true, but it's also going to bring down like the economy with it. So
expects lots of inflation, then they'll demand higher yields to compensate, because higher inflation will reduce the real value of any interest payments, as well as the face value which you get back.
All the West's bond yields are raising while China's is lowering. Well, that makes sense. If you had to take a guess at which country was more likely to default on its debt in the near future, which would you pick, China or America? If like being an American citizen, why the fuck would you ever invest? Why would you ever buy a U.S. bond when you could just put you could put your money into Palantir and double your money in a year or whatever? Of course, China has lower rates.
Once the bond matures. And, well, this is the main reason that yields on long-dated treasuries suddenly spiked to a 19-year high on Wednesday. This was in part because Trump said earlier in the day that he would be hitting Iran hard, reviving fears of a prolonged conflict in the Middle East and the inflationary impact of higher oil prices. But it was mainly because of a Federal Reserve meeting that happened in the afternoon. For context, 8 times a year, the Federal Reserve meets to decide whether to raise, hold, or reduce interest rates. Going into Wednesday's meeting, markets didn't know whether the Fed was going to keep rates steady or raise them to combat inflation, which is still running a fair bit above the Fed's 2% target. In the end, the Fed decided to hold rates. Now, this in and of itself wouldn't have necessarily spooked the markets. Even if headline inflation is above target, there are actually good reasons not to cut rates, including the fact that core inflation, which strips out volatile items like food and energy and is the Fed's preferred measure of inflation, isn't miles above 2% and has been coming down pretty steadily. What actually spooked the markets, however...
So is your argument with accelerationism that this collapse should happen under the Trump admin and not in the next Democratic president? I think it would probably be good for the narrative that it happens under the Trump administration, even though it will happen no matter what, no matter who's in charge. Like, if AOC wins in 2028, I would much rather the blame get pinned on Trump than AOC, even though, like, this is going to happen no matter what. There is nothing AOC can do to stop this. Nobody can stop this. I would prefer narratively, because the average voter is cattle. I would prefer that the sheep people, like, you know, have the, like, would pin it on the Epsteinite pedophile billionaire rather than the Democratic Socialist.
Were the comments by the new chair of the Federal Reserve, Kevin Warsh. For context, Walsh was appointed by Trump as a successor to Jerome Powell, the previous chairman of the Federal Reserve, who did an impressive job of standing up to Trump when he was trying to pressure the Fed into cutting interest rates.
Now, why do you think this is inevitable? I mean, I've basically just addressed the reasons. I don't know if you were paying attention, but genuinely, and you can go look at other sources for this if you want, I am not an expert on monetary policy at all. My belief, and I think this is a very justifiable belief, is that the problems we're facing right now are genuinely unfixable. The problem is that the economy is a big balancing game where you compromise some positions in favor of other priorities and you try to keep everything more or less level. But much in the same way that you can see this with an actual balancing act, there reaches a point where things are so catastrophically tipped in one direction that absolutely no amount of course correction or writing can change the fact that it's all about to fall down. There is like a critical point of imbalance past which the dials and the nodes and the measures no longer work, and you don't really have the ability to bring things in. It definitely doesn't help that the people in charge right now would rather die than, like, raise interest rates, you know? We're already mid-collapse, essentially. It's just a matter of when Everyone realizes it.
Despite the fact that inflation had stayed above the Fed's 2% target for the entirety of Trump's term. There was some anxiety that whomever Trump picks as Powell's successor would end up basically bowing to Trump's pressure, cutting rates and thus stoking inflation. Walsh was one of the less crazy names on Trump's shortlist and originally did a pretty good job of convincing the markets that he would, like Powell, be able to stand up to Trump and raise interest rates if necessary. But in his comments on Wednesday, Walsh didn't impress. We're not going to go into too much detail, but the TLDR is that Walsh basically implied that he wasn't worried about inflation because he thought the market would take care of things by itself. This wasn't what the markets wanted to hear because, well, they are worried about inflation and they wanted Walsh to instead signal that he was ready to raise rates in the future. Walsh wasn't helped by the fact that barely an hour later, Trump told reporters in the Oval Office, quote, "I know Walsh would love to see lower interest rates," which, unsurprisingly, revived anxieties about Walsh essentially being a Trump stooge. As well as reflecting an erosion of confidence in America's public finances, this sell-off is additionally bad because it would increase the cost of debt servicing. Yeah. In other words, paying off the interest on America's outstanding debt.
Oh, this is such an optimistic projection. The lighter bars right here, this is so delusional. As a percent of GDP, our interest payments are not going to increase like that. They're going to increase like this. They're not, this is not the line. The rise over run is going to be like triple that. Like, look at how quickly the yield is shot up here. Since the 2020 pandemic, the yield for 30-year government bonds has jumped up from nearly 1% all the way up to 5.267%. Look at that. Look at how rapidly this has spiked up. Nobody is talking about the bond market imploding. I listened to Warsh talking after the rates and he made me miss Jeremy Powell. Warsh dodged every question, didn't once mention a single economic indicator. He is literally implicated by Epstein. Literally implicated by Epstein. Epstein, the guy who said he would prefer a global economic collapse because it's easier to make money after a collapse because you get to consolidate and buy up all the failing industries. Like, he is literally an acolyte. He is an adherent of the social circle who have said they want to end the world. Oh. Excuse me. The Russian bond market is somehow doing worse. Yeah, well, they're not. I think we can exceed that bar. A little bit, maybe. We shouldn't aspire to that level, you know?
Moments ago, the Justice Department moved to drop the criminal charges against the former Olympian accused of vandalizing the reflecting pool on the National Mall. Prosecutors admitted the $14 million installation was rushed and flawed. We
finally gave up on it, by the way. Now that Trump's attention has been diverted to something else, the Department of Justice can admit the whole thing was a fraud. The pool repainting was just a quick money shuffle over to a friend of Trump's, and nobody actually committed any crimes. Just like everything else that happens under Trump, he molests it and it dies and he moves on. Right now the pool is drained. You know that? It's going to stay drained.
Joining us now is CNN's Caitlin Polans and CNN senior legal analyst Ali Honig. Caitlin, let's start with you. this is a big admission by the Justice Department.
A big admission on two fronts, Pam. One is that they are now saying that this pool liner, it was damaged because it was installed incorrectly. And the reason it was installed incorrectly was because the Trump administration was rushing for a pool liner to be placed on the bottom of the reflecting pool as they were awaiting the July 4th, 250th celebration on the National Mall. They wanted it to be done in time, and so it was rushed.
Mainstream media, please just say we all knew they were lying. They can't. And that's why this country's done.
The installation was bad, and there was damage throughout that liner that the Trump administration had on the bottom of the reflecting pool. The second admission that they're making, now that was already quite a big change in posture by the administration to admit that their installation was wrong. The second thing they're doing is they are dropping a criminal case, a felony charge against David Hearn, the former Olympic canoeist. He lives up in Maryland, very close to Washington, D.C., and he had visited the National Mall. There were witnesses the Justice Department brought into the grand jury who were park police, employees of the federal government, who had said that they witnessed Hearn tearing at that reflecting pool. He had been charged with a felony because they said the damage was so significant it mounted to more than $1,000 that he caused. Now they're entirely reversing that and saying that after the reflecting pool was drained in recent days, the Justice Department went back to look at it. They've already indicted Hearn. They already have alleged that he was the person causing this. He was a vandal. But then they went back to look at exactly what was the bottom of that pool.
So can he sue? I mean, it should be like a landmark lawsuit. The government admitted it lied and charged him for no reason other than to, you know, prolong the delusions of our pedophile president. But it's not going to happen. The news covering this instead of the end of the world is pretty funny. In fairness, this is also the end of the world. The policies, practices, and behaviors that led to this are exactly the ones ending the world. It's one to one. It's one and the same. It's all the same issue. It's all the same. Yeesh. Now that's a drop. Well, the y-axis is pretty crunched here. The top of the y-axis is 164 and the bottom is 158. But, you know, it's still a pretty substantial drop for sure. Let me guess, it's Capital? Yeah. Oliver Larkin, primary challenger to Jared Moskowitz interview with Fox. Yeah, the main reason I haven't gotten too on board with this, the main reason I haven't been talking about it too much is because it seems like Oliver Larkin doesn't have a chance at winning, which really sucks because he's cool. He's also the only politician brave enough to just straight up call Trump a pedophile. Here, let me see if I can find that clip. You sent me the full clip. Let me find the little clip. Here we go.
What is the number that is fine with you? Is there a benchmark? Is it fine? How many children can be raped and it's fine if you're in relation to the immigration community?
If we're going to talk about children being raped, then we need to hold this pedophile president, Donald Trump, accountable, and all those that have been implicated by the Epstein files that the Department of Justice is still not leaking. They've sent AIPAC after Thomas Massie for having the temerity to hold accountable the pedophiles that are in control of our government.
Thank you. We appreciate.
Never forget, they primaried Massie literally because he's anti-pedophilia. Like, Thomas Massie released the Epstein files, and that's why they primaried him.
Your time.
Yeah, I don't know why you would tee him up like this. You can't bring up pedophilia. The Republicans are literally the party of pedophilia. Like, the Democrats might be broadly pro-capital in a way that mirrors the Republicans, but the Republicans are the pedophile party. Pedophiles vote Republican. That's their side. It's pretty straightforward. The district is very Zionist. Sadly, it's like 60% for Moskowitz at the moment. Yeah, it's pretty disappointing. Though, thankfully, he has been getting some buzz since the Fox News appearance. Still, I don't think it's going to be enough. What district is it? That is an excellent question. Hold on. Oliver Larkin, where are we? 25th. It's the 25th. The interview went viral for reasons that should be pretty obvious. I don't know if it's going to be enough to overcome the polling bias there, though.
Who is challenging Democratic Congressman Jared Moskowitz in Florida's 25th congressional district. Oliver, thank you for joining. You identify as a Democratic socialist. Why?
Democratic socialism, for me, gave me the language to describe my political philosophy, where the United States has a Citizens United decision that allows for unfettered corporate spending in our elections. I believe in bold, universal programs that the Democratic Party and its rosiest history has embraced. And I think that we need to be fighting for policies like Medicare for all, universal child care, paid family and medical leave, raising the minimum wage to a living wage. And too often we see the corporate wing of the Democratic Party tell us that we can't afford these things or we need to compromise on.
The fucked up thing is that even though he's a good candidate, he's not only polling very far behind, Moskowitz just dropped out of his fucking debate with them. Like, the Zionist piece of shit who runs the district, Jared Moskowitz, is so contemptuous and so uninterested in defending his positions, he just straight up didn't participate in the debate. Oliver Larkin was the only one at the debate. Moskowitz has a stupid face and haircut. That's also true. Got a little pinhead. Stone toss haircut, true. My girlfriend lives in this district and voted for him today. Nice. All right, folks. How are we doing? South Carolina first in play? That'd be fun. Dude. Fucked up how the Republicans are going to get their shit pushed in and it doesn't even matter. Can we watch the Fuentes Hunter Biden interview? Is that even public? Has that even happened? That interview? I feel like most of it's going to be boring. It's a good interview. Is it? I don't really care that much about Hunter Biden. You know, Hunter Biden is still defending his father's right to stay in that fucking the fucking race for 2024. It's boring. It's literally Nick just going, Hitler's actually based. Yeah, that doesn't sound very, I don't like, what am I meant to get from this?
You said you want to ask me, why are you a Nazi? Inclusion has been our greatest strength. Diversity has been ideas about Jewish people as a whole. First term didn't even reduce illegal immigration until 2019. And
Biden actually gave pushback on Fuentes' ideology. Fuentes doesn't have an ideology. He LARPs being a Nazi for donos. He doesn't actually believe in that shit. I feel like it's harmful to even engage with these people as though they believe the things they say they believe. Nick Fuentes doesn't want to live in a Nazi America. He wants to live in a beautiful, multicultural, wealthy, socially developed, progressive America where he can, you know, fuck guys and not get judged for it. It's all just like, it's, I just can't stand how everything is a proxy position for everything else, you know?
The timeline perfectly because I covered it every day. It was like in May and June 2019, 20-year illegal immigration high in terms of month over month. But why did I go for him in 2020? At the height of the pandemic, we all thought on the right that if anyone other than Trump was president, you were going to get a vaccine mandate, which we really didn't want to be forced to take the vaccine. We thought the lockdown might never end. We thought that...
See, like, this is all... He doesn't care. It's not... You're not getting me in on this. I'm not engaging in the kayfabe. I do not believe that Nick Fuentes cares about vaccine mandates or lockdowns, okay? You know why? because Nick Fuentes very openly thinks the average person is sheep. He does not subscribe to this libertarian-leaning ideology that the government is unjustified in pushing vaccines on people. He literally defends concentration camps. The idea that a person would be so in favor of state control that they would want to mandate an ethno-state, but then also they're like, well, it's unacceptable that the government would force a vaccine for the greater good of the people. Like, I don't believe he believes any of this. It's just a hodgepodge of bullshit you say to get donos. It's fucking boring. I don't understand what the point of this is.
Censorship would kick into overdrive.
Fight in a lot more elite power structure sounds like vaguely anti-capitalist.
It's not anti-capitalist. You know, capitalism says the capital, large amounts of capital will be held in private hands, which I believe in. I am a capitalist. But I think what is happening is that it's the way that money is used in government. There needs to be a distinct and separate national power that subordinates the money power to it. The problem is the billionaires buy all the elections, buy all the media, control public perception, and so really we're all subsidiary then to the market. So I support capitalism, but it just has to be underneath the nation, underneath the state.
It seems like you have a pretty optimistic perspective on the year 2028.
Well, he's going to get a third term. So Trump 28, Trump is going to be president in 28.
To be able to live and work in the city and put the kid in a school with the idea that they would be safe walking there and go to a park that, you know, gas in your car in Montana to drive to your job on the, you know,
no school, no extracurriculars, vacations. It's devastating. And we already had a problem with that isolation, social dislocation, loneliness. I can't even imagine. So it's going to be devastating, I think. But that's a lockdown.
So maybe if you're watching this
in the history of mankind
it's almost an inherent truth, in my opinion, what he just said, is that the greatest leap in human evolution is going to happen within our lifetimes. AGI, let alone.
Yeah, this is boring. I don't get the point of this. I don't understand. Why pretend that there's a coherent set of positions here to begin with? And why juxtapose Nick Fuentes, a talented communicator and liar, with like the former president's son? I just don't understand what the point of this is. Is this meant to be the lineup for 2028? We have disingenuous neo-Nazism up against like what? I don't know, a Biden dead ender? Fucking boring. Have you seen the NRA is coochie maxing now? Oh, I did see that, yeah. We laugh now, but this is essentially the future of conservative content, you know? The only women who are going to be able to be public conservatives will essentially just be sex workers. NRA thirst traps. Can I say something controversial and daring to you? I really don't think it's just a thirst trap when you're okay, in my mind, like, a thirst trap is like, oh, that's an attractive woman. Like, this is a little bit beyond that. You can see her fucking pussy lips through the, like, look at this. This goes beyond thirst trap. This is literally like porn promo for your, but whatever. Like, the conservative movement has long understood that, you know, sexless men are their easiest demographic to appeal to. Yeah, spray on pants. But people get it? What do you mean? Is this all right-wing propaganda is now? Look at my vagina bulge and I go vote Republican? I mean, yeah, I don't know. Same energy? Conservative movements tend to do this when they're in decline. At first, the conservative movement is able to appeal to a broader electorate, but as they grow more and more niche and unpopular, you basically have to appeal to incels. Rhodesia understood this too. Like, if you can't get a normal person to go over there and fight the fucking Bush war, you need to get some lunatic, like, bloodthirsty, sexless, you know, American dude to come over or whatever. It's all it's all sexual psychosis. You seen that Israeli podcaster who sits with her legs splayed up? Yeah, I saw. Is she actually Israeli or was she just defending Israel? Why are you convinced Fuentes is not genuine? Watch my 50 million videos on the topic. He's faced too many punishments for his views for this to be the case. You think grifters can't take heat? Alex Jones has taken heat. He's a huge grifter. Also, what consequences? Nick Fuentes is a millionaire. What consequences? He's a free man who, what, he's gotten banned from a few countries? Who cares? He wasn't going to live in them anyway. What, people have gotten mad at him online? I need to straight up like email the TLDR news people and ask them if they're okay with me using their content as much as I am, because these videos have been great, like info/react fuel.
During her first few months in office, Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi was the envy of other democratic leaders, as she enjoyed impressive popularity. Her net approval between October and January hovered around positive 50.
Why?
Japan's so-called Iron Lady looked unstoppable and won a supermajority for her Liberal Democratic Party in the February snap election. However, as the months have gone by, her popularity has gradually eroded, and in just the past few weeks, her net approval has dropped sharply as concerns over the economy, her leadership style, and parliamentary business have come to the fore. So in this video, we're going to explain why Takaichi is suddenly much less popular than she once was.
Japanese people are low-key the most politically incapable people ever. Literally, like they rolled fucking, you know, 666s on so much globally, and they've just been pissing it away because they have no political imagination. I mean, I guess we're no better. At least they're not ruled by the literal, like, most notorious child sex trafficking cabal known to mankind.
Which flag is better, the Seychelles or Marshall Islands?
We've done this
What
one.
about Scotland or South Korea, Trinidad or East Timor? How about a Battle of the Stars, the EU option? Let's start by diving deeper into Takaichi's approval rating. We should point out that we're using the 10-day moving average of polling put together by Tobias Harris on the Observing Japan Substack, which is a great resource that we'll link to below. Anyway, Takaichi enjoyed remarkable popularity during her first few months in office. And even when that immediate honeymoon
For nothing. Like, she did nothing. Literally for nothing. It's not, no one delivers anything.
Period began to wear off, her net approval still bounced around between positive 35 and positive 50 until May. Since the start of July, however, things have fallen off a cliff, with her net approval dropping to just below positive 10, before slightly recovering to around positive 15 by the end of the month.
Even still, you know what? She's fucking like 50 points higher approval than Trump. Plus 10, plus 15, higher approval than Trump by an enormous amount. Still, she's still broadly popular for nothing.
Now, by both international and Japanese standards, that's not terrible at all. It means that she has 52% approval and 37% disapproval.
Yeah, look at this.
But the story here is the direction of travel, something that's clearly been going wrong in the past few weeks. So, what's been upsetting the public? But we're going to split this into three main areas: the economy, legislation, and personal issues. On the economy, at first glance, you might think that things are going all right, with an inflation rate of 1.7% in June. That is considerably below the levels seen between 2022 and 2025. However, there's still a lot of inflation-related angst. With the chaos of the stop-start US-Iran war, higher energy costs are feeding through into the economy. For instance, there's been a sharp rise in costs for businesses, with the Producer Price Index hitting a 3-year high in June of 7.1%. Analysts expect core inflation, which strips out volatile energy and food prices, to rise to around 3% by early 2027. Meanwhile, as we've covered in recent videos, Japan's currency, the yen, recently dropped to a 40-year low against the dollar. This is good.
Japan used to have a pretty strong leftist movement, was a single economic boom and college people aging all it took to defeat it. Well, I think that they're kind of just a little bit farther down the cycle of apathy than we are, right? Like, all you need to do is grind people into the dirt with the slow, tyrannical oppression of government never delivering anything, and life just being a mounting series of technically, like, manageable but altogether soul-crushing disappointments. You know, you get out of school, then you work for the rest of your life. You're a pathetic salaryman. You have no will or autonomy. Nothing ever changes. Just you live until you die or kill yourself or whatever. So you're apathetic. Why bet on anything changing?
News for Japanese exporters, but it's bad news for the Japanese public, who face higher costs for imported goods. Concerns over the cost of living and frustration at the government's response has driven Takeuchi's approval down. A recent Yomiuri Shimbun poll found that 71% of people disapproved of her government's inflation measures, while just 21% approved. Takeuchi's government has subsidized fuel and energy costs in a bid to help households, but an election pledge to slash consumption tax on groceries has stalled amid pushback.
Bavash in Japan, the government takes care of its people better, right? Yeah, but it won't last for long. Again, we're talking about like the erosion of the ability for these governments to respond to the wishes of their people. The Japanese people are sheep. The government can continue to slowly erode their rights and expectations indefinitely now. Then nothing will stop them.
From some in her LDP and from opposition parties, amid concerns about the impact on Japan's worsening finances. So that's the economy. Moving on, Takeuchi's approach to contentious legislation and her attitude towards Parliament more generally also appears to have contributed to a declining approval. Among the major legislation her government has pressed ahead with are changes to imperial succession law, legislation to designate a second capital city, legislation to criminalize desecration of the national flag.
Just really like totally real stuff here. Just really, really real policies that really affect people, you know?
And more. The first of these is perhaps the most controversial. We actually made a video about Japan's imperial succession crisis, linked below, but the TLDR is that the Japanese imperial family is running short of heirs and needs to stabilize the line of succession. Takeuchi's government has passed legislation that continues to exclude women from the throne and instead enables the imperial family to adopt males from defunct royal branches, whose sons would enter the line of succession. This approach is just not in line with the Japanese public, which polling shows are strongly supportive of changing the law to allow for a female monarch. Takeuchi's heavy-handed legislative approach has generated frustration both inside and outside of Parliament. An editorial by the Asahi Shimbun in late July accused her of avoiding her responsibility to explain by pushing through bills based on the strength of...
What bills? What is she... What legislative priorities does she and her party have that do anything to affect the well-being, interests, or lives of the constituency? What is any of this?
Numbers of her coalition.
Like, this is what I mean. Like, politics no longer being a vessel for active change to improve the lives of people and use the state as a resource to make change, but rather just like a bunch of banal technocrats who fiddle with numbers. She's just fiddling. She's doing fucking nothing up here. A second capital? What are you talking about?
Another newspaper editorial in the Mainichi Shimbun similarly accused her of, quote, self-righteous behavior, reducing diet or parliamentary deliberations to a mere formality.
This is also nothing.
Admittedly, these papers are not aligned with the conservative LDP, but the comments don't seem too out of step with the public or reality. One poll found that 62% of people...
Bosch is discovering politics. I'm really sorry. I need you to understand that as recently in America as like the 1970s, politicians sometimes were like actual hardline supporters of a given ideology who deeply cared about a particular set of outcomes and would fight for it. Not to say there was no corruption or whatever, but there was a point in time where that was possible, where you could get that.
Thought that Takeuchi had not sufficiently explained her major pieces of legislation, and only 29% thought that she had. As for her attitude to Parliament, she had insisted that the 2026 budget be passed before March 31st, resulting in the shortest deliberations by the lower house budget committee for 2 decades, and her own attendance at said deliberations was notably lower than her recent predecessors. So while Takeuchi has been successful in getting legislation through, with all 64 government-submitted bills being adopted this session, her apparent prioritization of some controversial legislation...
Yeah, what controversial? I genuinely, like, this video has not told me anything. So she was popular, why? And now she's unpopular, why? Do the Japanese people care? Like, Jesus Christ, at least in America, Trump's popularity can be tied to, like, meaningful material scandals. Like, his unpopularity, the Iran war, the Epstein files, inflation, etc., etc. But what's happening over there? What? Nothing is happening.
Has frustrated a general public that's more concerned with the cost of living. So let's move on to the third main area, Takeuchi's personal issues. This is more nebulous than the previous two sections, but it is still relevant. Takeichi's no-nonsense, Iron Lady, Margaret Thatcher-inspired style had helped drive her early popularity.
Style? But what? Aesthetic for what? What? So that's the aesthetic. That's the delivery. What are you delivering?
But it appears that this image no longer goes down so well with the public. In a post on X, she celebrated getting 5 hours sleep, saying that she was regularly getting 0 to 3 hours since becoming PM. She added that she spent the recent national holiday tackling a mountain of untouched laundry. Presumably, Takeichi was hoping to demonstrate that she's hard-working and down-to-earth, with a light-hearted tweet. In doing so, she instead sparked a national debate about Japan's culture of long working hours and generated public concern about her lack of sleep. In concluding, we should again stress that despite the drop-off, Takeichi's approval is still not terrible. That she has a positive approval rating at all puts her well above her recent predecessors and her international peers, and we're not saying that her job is at risk. But it's fair to say that her honeymoon period...
At least Margaret Thatcher hated the rural poor for being stupid. I mean, hey, me too. But, like, at least Margaret Thatcher had policies. If you ask people why they like or dislike Margaret Thatcher, they would be able to tie it to, like, things she did that affected the conditions of the people in the United Kingdom or elsewhere. What has she done? What is she doing? What is any of this? How is the government simultaneously the most all-powerful, well-funded institution in the world, a bureaucracy capable of literally changing the fucking fate of the planet, but also, like, incapable of even the most banal bureaucratic reforms?
Is well and truly over, and she now faces some challenging economic and political headwinds, even despite her parliamentary majority. Perhaps the most worrying for her future success, though, is the fact that she doesn't seem to have recognized that things have gone slightly off course, and has not signaled any intention to correct this. During a recent parliamentary meeting, she said that she wasn't sure what was behind the decline in her approval, adding that she would keep working...
Me either, bitch. I'm with her on this one. I have no... She won election promising nothing, doing nothing, and now she's still done nothing, and now people don't like her. I'm right with you, girl. You had a good bit down. I have no fucking idea what's changed.
Getting caught up in the swings of numbers. Most tellingly, when asked at a press conference for any reflections or lessons she'd learnt from the recent parliamentary session, Takeichi replied, "I have no particular regrets." Now, this is a huge story, and I can imagine that you felt pretty helpless by the headlines recently.
You have no idea. Okay, well, that was confusing. Good to know the whole world's going down the drain. It's not just us. I don't know. I'm gonna read donos. I'm sorry. I have no idea. You know what? Hold on. It's actually so warm in here. I'm going to read donos while wearing my fucking shirt. Because I want to try to start wearing in the mud pattern in a way that's not just that giant stain that I left on it. One sec. Taking my shirt off. Ooh, got my fat chud belly out. Ooh. Uh-oh. Hope nobody donates. And in my surprise, I lean over the keyboard to read the donation, and I hit the button that puts the camera back on. Oh. Oh my god. It's damp. It's damp and scratchy. Ah. Okay. We did it. Wear it in, make it not scratchy. Yeah. That's how you... Yeah, I'm thinking like... See, because it's all mud dyed. But look at that texture, man. I feel like I can maybe use a brush. I want to try using a brush, or maybe like a toothbrush or something, to selectively apply the stain remover, and maybe do a little bit of detailing around it. You know what I mean? Thinks we can hear him? Nice try. Oh, man. I saw Vosh Naval. Like and subscribe. SamFan155, thank you for the 20 bucks. I'm sure you've heard about Europe's finest news source, Euronews, but have you heard of its sister channel, Africa News, covering news from Africa? No, and I would like to learn more about it. You know, for the most part, African politics are kind of segmented from like Western politics, because there's a not much like unity in the political and economic blocks there. But what just happened with Spain and Morocco is an excellent example of how we're all connected, right? Like Morocco is its own little, you know, doing its own greater Israel project, and then it launches an attack on Spain because you know, you have to learn about everything. You can't just learn about one country, otherwise you're like, damn, why the fuck did Morocco just attack Spain? I mean, it's because of Israel. You know, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Many such cases. Many such cases. Semi-Locon, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Likewise, Psychopomp. Hijinks and Conciliator, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Gerp, thanks the 5 bucks. I'm such a Studio de Artisan diehard. They do so much cool shit with fabric. I've been getting some great wear out of a mud-dyed, over-dyed denim western shirt. I saw that. I looked it up when I saw your dono. That sounds so cool. I really need to like dial back how much shit I buy, especially because I can't stop myself from staining it. But getting a mud over-dyed denim shirt that fades in really hard wearing sounds so cool. It's just a shame that when I look up fades, I don't see many examples of well-worn ones that have been faded in. Studio de Artisan, hold on. Mud-dyed fades. I want to see how this looks when it's been worn in for a while. You know? Unfortunately, it's just a little bit tough to find examples because you've got the stores, you know, the stores showing it off. Yeah, I'm a big fabrics nerd. Look at that. Look at that patterning. Look at that fabric. God, that's pretty. Abby from The Last of Us 2, thank you so much for the 2 $100 donos. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. From the Holiday Inn guy, may Tariq Nasheed and Quarter Pounder find peace? King shit and fuck Quarter Pounder and the alt-right, Tariq Nasheed? Oh, Holiday Inn guy. I think I saw an email from you right before I started stream today, though I didn't read it because yeah, I only had a couple of minutes. I'll have to give that a look. Thank you very, very much. I hope you're doing well. That's very, very kind of you. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Been a while. That was a while back. God damn. Thank you kindly. Russian oil tanker is leaking on Oman's coast. Neat. Oh, that was satisfying. That was the one I was looking for. Wyatt, thank you for the $5. My Silent Reticence, thank you also for the incredibly kind $100 dono. You guys have been really nice to me today, and I appreciate that. Hit my 2-year mark here yesterday. I tried donating last year, but had issues. Glad to finally contribute to the pit. Hey, happy second cake day. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's really kind of you. You know what's interesting? A big shift I've noticed is that over time, and it makes sense, right? It's not like, you know, unintuitive, but over time the shift has been years ago. The donos that I would get were like really reactive. They were really in the moment. They were like, I like this now. But what I've really appreciated is that over time I've gotten more and more donos that are like, you know, over the years your words have been really helpful to me, and I really appreciate everything you've done. And that feels really fucking good, you know? That feels really good. That's the shift between, you know, like people who are happy right now versus people who are satisfied after years of watching me. You know, that's a good feeling. You know? Big Pussy from Sopranos passed away. I saw that while scrolling like 2 minutes ago. Rest in peace. I mean, he made it to 80, so like not as tragic as Gandolfini. Not the Olympics, not to the Olympics with the suffering, you know. Really, I'm very sorry to him and his family. Pumpernickel, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Like I said, a lot of really kind people today. We're not done yet. Can't stop, won't stop. No, even when I allude broadly to the end of the world, I'm not saying that there's no point in trying. As I've said many times, you know, nothing really ever ends. There was a late Bronze Age collapse. There was the Roman Empire collapse. There was Chinese Empire collapsed a couple times. Sometimes things feel like the end, but you can still set up the pins in a way to make you know, to influence the future. The nice thing about modernity is that it's not really possible for us to re-experience something equivalent to the late Bronze Age collapse, where like we just forget about things for 1,000 years. You know what I mean? Because modern information is so widely distributed, even if there was a massive social collapse, we would be able to rebuild and use the information that we had obtained before pretty readily. There's no undoing that, I don't think. Even a mass nuclear war would not erase. It's one of the reasons why I've always thought it's dumb when people are like, oh, in the post-apocalypse, we're going back to being cavemen or whatever. I don't think that's true. I think in the post-apocalypse, we would just have smaller, localized pockets where technology is probably pretty comparable to where it is now. I'm not saying things wouldn't change or get worse. I'm just saying, like, you know, some technologies would be unviable. We wouldn't be able to, like, mine up rare earth minerals on the other side of the world. But you could... It's not like they couldn't build, like, solar panels, you know? We could make it work again. Probably no Amazon Prime. Well, maybe. Maybe not. SamFan155, thank you for the additional $25. As part of the latest Morocco-Spain border incident, now would be a good time for a geography lesson about the two Spanish autonomous cities, Ceuta and Melilla. Yeah, I actually got an email from somebody who wanted me to learn more about this, so they emailed me some video essays on the subject, which I intend to watch. I'm like super ignorant on these. I want to look more into it. But right now I'm streaming so little as it is. I feel like I need to, I just feel like I haven't had the loose time. I've just been so busy lately. I'm still hosting Friends. I'm hosting Friends until the end of tomorrow. You know, it's just been so busy over here. I am trying. Crabbo Crab, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Time to get the only true color. By the way, you appeared in the latest Soup Emporium video at 1:44:09. Too long of a video to view on stream, but good video. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with Soup Emporium. What is Soup Emporium? On Fallout New Vegas and the Twilight of Democracy. Oh, YouTube video essay channel. Gotcha. Whoa, sorry. When is it? 1:44:09. Hey, that's me.
That contain allegations involving President Trump.
Donald Trump, the president, had parties at Mar-a-Lago called Calendar Girls. That's me. Whenever people are like, hey, I saw you mention a video, instantly I'm like, ooh, you know. Nice. Maybe I'll watch this this video, you know? Fallout New Vegas and the Twilight of Democracy. That sounds like an interesting video. I like that. Romulus, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Again, really kind today, people. Me and my girlfriend have started watching Legend of the Galactic Heroes. I really got to watch that. Classic political space drama from the late 80s. Easy goat anime of all time. Yeah, no, I've heard like nothing but praise for it. I definitely want to watch it. I just haven't yet. No, it seems really, really good. I think my main issue, I watched one episode of it, and it was like, how do I put this? It was very like low effort intelligent. You know what I mean? I really don't like it when in media a character is meant to be really smart, but in order to show that, they do something that's not all that smart. It was the character was demonstrated to be a tactical genius because he like did a very basic like feinting maneuver in a space battle, and I thought there'd be more to it than that. And I understand that that's not enough for me to not want to watch the entire show, but like the first episode, it's like, oh, they were doing like Ender's Game, oh, he's the prodigal tactical genius thing, but like there was no effort put into making it feel like it was actually a big tactical maneuver, you know? If you, the writer, aren't able to like, you know, depict intelligence that of that level, just abstractly allude to it. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? Like, don't, like, you can just have a bunch of shocked generals be like, wait, he took out 40,000 ships with 10,000? How would he do that? Just have everyone else indicate how you should feel about it through their feelings, rather than trying to, like, you know, make it, you know, yeah, show don't tell, show don't tell. Tell don't show. Well, show how people react to it. What I mean to say is, like, give the impression of great intelligence and tactical prowess, rather than just like, you know, oh, he did it. Mud dye fade after 10 plus years. 10 plus years. Wow, at that point, like, all the original mud dye is going to fade off. Still, look at the character on that jacket. I know it doesn't seem like much, but seeing this jacket screams quality to me. You know why? Because any jacket that's been allowed to exist for long enough to build up this kind of patina and is still held up this well must be a sturdy jacket. Like, when I see a new jacket and it's all, like, shiny, I'm like, damn, that's been worn like 3 times. This has been worn thousands of times, and look at it. It's in perfect shape. Anyone seen the not so erudite interview with Bosch? Apparently it was old, but she just published it. Huh? Not so erudite interview. Isn't she, she's like the DGG lady, right? Or one of them? The humanizing, a personal interview with Bosch. Oh yeah, this is years and years ago. I think I remember doing this. Damn, look at how fucking old it is, though. Look at me. The fascists are. I'm like a little chicken nugget. I'm sorry, this was years ago. I really have no memory of this interview, like what happened in it. Oh, nice Doomer posting. At least 3 years old. Jar Jar Stinks, thank you for the $5. You're saying you're against non-humans imitating humans, but what if it was a really cute monkey or pig thinking he's people? Well, I guess we can make an exception. Animal, thank you for the $5. Tina B, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Your smart and direct style helps keep me grounded in this fucked up world. Well, believe it or not, you guys keep me grounded as well, though for very different reasons. Rayjo, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Romulus, thank you for the $5. Read a book about the last decades of Rome, and it was depressing how close to the end things could have been saved but weren't. Maybe it doesn't have to repeat. I hope not. I hope not. Mud shirts are probably grounding too. Maybe. Pumpernickel, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Uwu to you as well. Dick Thulu, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Vosh, I've worked at Google for 15 years, and now I'm part of a bunch of AI projects, and I've made it my personal mission to foment the Balerian Jihad. Well, listen, okay? Make sure they don't find out you posted this, bucko. God damn. Make sure they don't find out. But yeah, no, I can understand how being close to the machine would make you particularly incensed. They already know? Yeah, they probably do. Swag too hard. Why would Not So Erudite post the video 4 years later? I'm not sure. Just looking to fill up some content or whatever. I don't really know. It might also be a kind of like adjacency thing, because I understand that political circle online has felt a little bit maybe wanted more access to me than they've been getting. You know what I mean? Then so it might be like you know, well, this is the close we can get or whatever. I think I remember enjoy that interview. I feel like for the most part I come across pretty personable when I'm talking to people, just in a 101. It's just like, I don't know, it's not even like liberalism that I'm taking issue with here. I don't want to say like, oh, it's talking to liberals, because I don't even think liberalism is what's being fronted there. It's a totally different thing. Looney Basilisk, thank you for the very kind $20. I really appreciate that. It's kind of crazy, but I've watched every stream since 2019. That is very crazy. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. That's thousands of hours of watching my content. I super appreciate you. It's been fun to see how you've grown too. You know what? I will say I hope you've been getting your steps in while listening. I am going to add that in like as a personal responsibility thing, you know? Like I feel the need to add that in. But I'm also going to say, and this is quite sincere, thank you. I really do appreciate that. It means a lot to me. I feel like I've changed for the better. I feel like this social space, this profession has like melted so many people's brains. Like there are so many people who have gotten into the live streaming and the YouTube politics and everything and who have just like their brains are soup now. Like Contra? Oh god, yeah. And I feel like for the most part I've developed a little bit. I've maybe gotten a little bit better in the ways that matter to me. Plus, I'm stretchier now. Check out my... Wait. Yeah! Nearly fell over. It's a little tough. Great way to open up your hips. Great way to open up your hips. Benjamin Gilbert Lift, thank you so much for the $50 dono. Just hit 50,000 dials for Abdul and PV. Tomorrow we're announcing our plan for the midterms. Excellent. Yeah, big reminder to anyone who's watching this, but PV, through me, PV is like the chosen force for affecting the outcomes we desire in these midterms. I strongly recommend that you take some time looking at PV. You really think Contra's brain is soup, or does she have a blatant weak spot? Her latest video on Saw was amazing. Look, intelligence is highly compartmentalized, and people can be shockingly dumb on some issues and like really good on others. I don't think that Contra's like holistically 80 IQ or whatever, to the extent that's even possible. I just think that like it's a combination of like a feeling of bitterness and entitlement to the respect from certain groups of people. Like maybe for a while she really enjoyed being thought of as one of the fronts for like being a lefty on YouTube, but now she's kind of been left in the dust in that respect. Maybe it's like she feels like she's been victimized by so many internet hate mobs that she just by default doesn't take them seriously anymore. But like I don't know what the extent to which she's been like making a fool out of herself lately is pretty embarrassing. It's not really like defensible at all. It doesn't mean she can't produce anything good. Quentin Tarantino's a Zionist. Some of them movies are good. What are you gonna do? Is embarrassing though. Flop biggest Republican Horrible Ham. Thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Horrible Ham. I know Carville hates the GOP, but he's stuck in the past. Hating the GOP isn't enough anymore. The final answer. Thank you for the two euro donos. I really appreciate that. Kermit the Frog. Thank you for the $2. Diego B. Thank you for the $5. Because Snickers. Thank you for the 5 Canadian. I'm so ungodly sick of AI breaking out of containment in my news, man. It's like it's gonna only get more prominent in the headlines when the bubble pops, you know? Diego B and Mark Marinelli, thank you for the $5 both. Hey Vosh, my partner lets me pee in the sink. I think, and I'm being real here, and this might kind of reveal some biases on my part, but like if there are no dishes in there, there's no problem with pissing in the sink. Like the bacteria clinging to the food waste on the plates is definitely objectively more disease-ridden. Why would you want to? That's between you and God. I'm just saying that, like, you know, it's like not. It's very much like a non-starter. You're brave for saying that. No, I know I'm brave for saying this because the average person right now is like, you know, Vosh is saying pee in each other's mouths, which I'm not saying that at this moment. I'm just saying that, like, you know, it's like when people freak out about their partner pissing in the shower, which is like, why? Genuinely, why? I actually don't. There are people who freak out over that, and it's like, you're literally like, what are you worrying about? Do you condemn the piss fetishists? Yeah, sure. Cyan Ryan, thank you for the 149. Godcat and Because Snickers, thanks the $2 both. Zoe Spencer, thank you for the $5. Doing my first ever phone bang next week for Oliver Larkin through the DSA. Nice! That's fantastic. I hope you have a good time. Yeah. Mark Lester, thank you for the $10. Eric Yonts is a good, solid, progressive Democrat candidate down in Florida for U.S. House in the 6th District. I've met him in person. I'm happy to have someone to campaign for in the upcoming primary in general. Nice! That's fantastic. I'm not familiar with Eric Yonts. It's important that Democrats provide a good showing in Florida. As long as that state's still above water, you know, we need to put in the effort. Alexander Stanford, thank you for the 100 Egyptian pounds. So what video you might play next if the news CYE allowed you to have time on the stream? I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea. I'm very sorry. I have no idea what you're talking about there. No clue. But I appreciate it. Ori Trash Art Account, thank you for the incredibly kind 100-pound donation. Really? What is up with you? Was there another COVID stimulus bill that just went out? What is it with you people today? I really appreciate that. Thank you. What mad times we live in. I turn 20 tomorrow. Cursed to be born at the end of a fuck around era, only to live through the find out one. I've said it before, but I really got to thank you for the work you do and opening my eyes to the reasons we're all about to get fucked. Look, I just want you to remember, the quality of your life is not necessarily determined by the broader environment. I think that there might be a little bit more now, like a little bit more hope for the future than, say, 2008, the last time there was like a massive fucking economic decline. Because back in 2008, I think that capitalist realism was still a little bit more deeply rooted. I think that the nature and severity of the evil is a lot more well known now. And as a consequence of that, there might be a little bit more community in rejecting what is to come, if that makes any sense. Like, back in 2008, I feel like for a lot of people, the economic crisis just took the form of like, oh, you're losing your job, you're losing your house, you're losing your mortgage, everything's just getting worse. Whereas now, I think like things are going to get much, much, much worse, but I think there's going to be a little bit more community and solidarity and understanding the nature of, or I get maybe like the scope of this problem. Because people back then, they were just like, well, just arrest the bankers, arrest the people responsible for the subprime mortgage crisis, and that would fix it. But that wouldn't fix it. The problem is so much more fundamental than that, you know? They hadn't invented the omnis segment yet. They didn't have the math. And they still didn't? No, they still didn't. Even with climate change taken into account. Look, I'm not going to fucking lie to you, okay? If you live in like, look, the world is going to get harder in general, but life is going to get harder in general, and the world is going to get more difficult to navigate. However, the quality of your life is much, much, much more tied to how well you manage your immediate environment than it is like the broader scope of the world. Like, I think that a person is probably a lot happier living poor and destitute, but like with friends and family and community, than they are being wealthy, but like totally alienated. I'm not saying that it's fine for there to be material scarcity or whatever. I'm just saying we literally know for a fact there are like human tribes that we've contacted, you know, they still live like in a hunter-gatherer society or whatever. It's not like they're all miserable all the time. You know, they live with like the constant threat of starvation and like disease or whatever. They don't have modern technology, but like their happiness isn't like, you know, oh, as soon as they invent penicillin, they all get 20% happier or whatever. Life's more complicated than that. Just work on maximizing your outcomes within the range of, you know, within the range available to you. It's a personal and psychological process. Is pricing groceries relative to income ethical? No, I don't believe that that products or services should be priced. I don't believe in price gouging or like price scaling or whatever relative to a person's income in general. I believe you can subsidize or make free things for people who can't afford it, but the idea of letting corporations like scale the price of everything to make sure that no matter what, you're always getting like this percentage fucked by their product, I don't think that's good, no. I mean, if we're talking like total ethics, right, I would just say like groceries should be free, at least up to a point, because they're like a subsistence need. It's not really like, they're not responsive to the same, you know, elasticity of demand that allows market incentives to work and function appropriately for like luxury goods, you know? Isn't that how taxes work? Yeah, but I'm fine with it for taxes. The purpose of taxes is to redistribute wealth in the economy and allow currency to flow back to the state. Like, that's a totally different like process than allowing corporations to engage in commodity pricing proportional to your income. No stimulus, just hit payday. Gotcha, Ori. Gotcha. Thank you. And Alexander Stanford with the additional 50 European pounds. I'm a bit drunk. Sorry. What I mean is, what video game would you play if you have time? Well, I really want to finish Disco Elysium, obviously. If I had time, I don't know. Maybe I'd try the new WoW raid tiers. I feel like nobody plays World of Warcraft anymore, but I used to be really good at WoW. If I had like infinite time, I'd probably go back and see how I feel about that. I don't know. The Dude, thank you for the $10. Haven't been here for a live stream in a few days. Have you seen the video from Steven Crowder saying we need fascism? Yeah, totally desperate. Just a pathetic, transparent attempt at retaining and inciting the interest of the most desperate and degenerate of viewers after he lost everyone sensible after it turns out he's a wife abuser. Just really, really pathetic stuff. Zed Spaceman, thank you for the 3 Australian. Have you seen the new Avatar movie? No, I haven't. Not yet. Though I plan to. I've not enjoyed the voice work I've seen for that. Animation looks good, though. It's Elaine now. Thank you for the $10. LOGH is about how its main characters respond to the rot of their government. LOGH. Legacy of the Galactic Heroes. The navies are inbred, so their competence is genius. Reinhardt believes his own hype, though. Okay. I do plan on watching it. For sure. Thank you. All right, everyone. I'm going to go. I do not know if I'm going to be here tomorrow, but if I'm able to be here tomorrow, I will be here tomorrow. Everyone, please take care. Have a wonderful day. And keep your eye on Iran, because it does seem like that's going to pop off pretty soon. We'll see how it goes. Take care.